Good morning, everybody. Ah, shit. Nope. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Fastest stream ever. Up there. Well, we're back at 47.90 on hot CPI. I just spent the last 20 minutes arguing with a futures brokerage. Not in a good mood. Should I catch Netflix's knife and short here? What's Netflix doing this morning? It was running in the pre-market. Jesus Christ, all the way up to 503. What the fuck is the deal with that stock? What did Netflix call it? Open, stopped out at 250%. Let's go. Should I catch Netflix's knife in short here? A little risky. Did you tell them you don't buy futes above MSRP? They closed one of my other contracts in order to meet a margin requirement, according to them. Um, but their math is wrong. So I got into it with the customer service guy, but he can't actually do anything, so he's gonna forward it, and it'll be fun, I'm sure. I mean, they can't fix it. I just reopened the contract anyway, but still. I'm a stock god. Jerk to Jake from support. Is today the one day they don't go hit the gamma ramp? I bought a call, so I assume I killed the test of 4,800. You may have ruined it for the May billions of dollars at their disposal, but they forgot to inverse you. I still don't get how any of this market is still green. Yeah, yeah. I'm hoping that's something that doesn't last. I mean, the bounce off of the drop this morning is understandable, and support at 70 makes sense. but continued upside on that hot of a CPI print, that would be a little bit embarrassing, right? I have COVID? Oh no. I bought a 4800 call and I'm going to walk away. Above 4800 today? I think maybe not. Hot CPI is bullish now. I mean, technically. How do they manage market down, VIX down this AM? Shorting VIX futures. Is top at a good entry now? So a little bit. Yeah, that's not a bad entry. If this continues to sell off, it should open up a little bit of liquidity there. Like if we see, well, specifically if we see Russell continue to sell off, that's usually kind of bad for the memes. So zero fucking news. Just rocketing. Just bullshit, nonstop bullshit news about their ad tier subscription. No one gives a fuck about. And it's not going to make them more money. It's just equivalent. Everyone acts like they reinvented the fucking wheel. Hmm. Hold on. I'm trying to see how far down this can drop. Alright, so there should be support at 47.80. Pretty close to there. 47.80, but then the put ramp picks up 75.70. Then resistance at 65, 60, 50. Hmm. Yeah, let's see how much resistance we get at 55. I mean, we almost tested 4,800 at the top. I think now it's just a question of how much this is going to sell off. Huh. All right. Netflix is the most mediocre streaming service. I watch far more on Prime, Apple, Disney. Are you still holding your Netflix? But I mean, there's no point in selling it now. We're fucking buried overnight. I'm gonna have 20 puts. I still have debit spreads on Netflix for like 75, 70. But I have till Feb, so I guess if this keeps dropping, it's fine. Prime's about to get ads too. Yeah, unless you pay for them not to be there. I nailed the top with my call entry. Beautiful. I decided to scratch the gambling itch. 4750 P 2 DTE. All right. I've been using an illegal streaming website that just aggregates all the streaming services for free. I don't know how they make money, but bless them. Well done. Most, I don't know, my buddy's got like a huge Plex server that I usually use. Depending on longer term bear call spreads, Gherk at these highs. Longer term bear calls. They're a little risky still. We're not really very close to. I mean, I guess if you're gonna like target above gamma max or something, there's a little less risk. But near the money, they're definitely risky. It's just internet TV. Yeah, I know. Populating and maintaining a Plex server makes you appreciate how reliable Netflix is. Oh, I mean, their technology is phenomenal. Tubi's the best one now because they don't want money. All right. Tesla needs to break 228 before confirmation. Technically, I think it's 225 now, but let me double check because it changes every day. 230, I think, is still the initial point of confirmation. 229, 228, and then 223 below that. Hmm. Fucking absurd overnight move. Did that just fucking rip all the way to Gamma Max? Alright, let's see. So getting a little bit of stabilization here around 75. In the money call interest isn't falling off substantially yet, which makes me think that there's still a chance that this sees some upside. Although call selling is increasing slightly, we're not seeing a lot of put buying. Testing GN would be neat. Yeah, it would be. Although we're very far away from it. That's another $33 to the downside. um, Nope, yep, Beyond is below the trend now. Yeah, liquidity is kind of turning around on that a bit. Top, it looks like they're leaning on the ETF to short. Pretty hard, actually. Hmm. Fubo's getting shorted. Like actually shorted pretty hard. Russell down 77 BPS right now. Upstart slammed back below GN, DN. GME back below DN too. Did Nvidia test fucking 550 this morning? This market's a fucking joke. Yeah, I guess we'll see if vol continues to turn up here. They're trying to get a little bit of stability here at the 75 level. If we slip this, the put side interest kind of picks up. There's two ramps, distinct ones. One of them ends here at 4770. And then below that, there's another like smaller ramp that goes down to like 4750. Far less call interest below 70 though, so I think they're trying to keep a little bit of the call delta in the money still. However, futures is still selling off quite a lot, so we've got to contend with that. I would say bulls are still pretty safe unless we drop below 4740 though. So probably a lot of resistance to the downside. And maybe we'll see some bigger sell-offs if we get some de-risking. The top end of the yield curve starting to turn up. Dollars back above 102.50. NQ still just slightly positive on the day. But Dow, Russell, and ES all down. Oil up 73 on the light crude futures. VIX is still pretty stable though. That's fucked. Head and shoulders on another test of 80. If we fail to get an upside push here, then we might get a bigger continuation to the downside. Like, let's say we fail to retest. I want to say if we fail to retest 47.85, then we're probably going to get a continuation. Because we're already starting to see some like out of the money call selling here at 78. So it looks like bulls are abandoning some of their upside positioning, but they're still selling a lot of fucking puts. I'm waiting to pounce like a tiger. Nice. So what's the high here? 80, 80, 81. Hmm. Yeah, QQQ looks pretty weak. Let me see how the CPI print has affected the Fed now. Or the, what is it? Fed Watch or whatever the fuck it's called. Right, 2% less chance of a rate cut in March. Fucking chances of a rate cut increased for March? How? What the fuck? Sure, man. Yeah. When the video puts, I mean, if this keeps dropping, it could be a good opportunity to scalp them. Nvidia is way the fuck above gamma max, so playing the downside on it's not particularly risky if you have some theta. It's just wildly unpredictable. Yeah, IWM is not gonna like increased rates. That was a hot print, man. That was hotter than my expectation was that it would be pretty hot, but 0.3 on headline, and then 3.4 year over year. Not only was it 0.3, it was like a little bit above 0.3. And then core stayed flat. Flat and higher month over month. Jobless claims fucking whiffed. I mean, you could have more bearish data. There's a nice big spike on VIX. Well, it looks like I bought one single call. And I'm going to be, can I do that without burning the day trade? One put. Give me 1 second. I gotta figure out best to hedge this off. Box it and sell the 60. Sell the 70. This just don't need to do shit. Okay, well, yeah. So that's more bearish. We did fail to get that test at 85. I know we're going down. I'm still a little pissy. They sold off 2 of my long oil contracts to cover like a spike on the spike on ES because my stop got gapped over. But it was profitable on ES too. I don't know why the fuck they sold it. They just like misordered the settlement, but it's fucking bullshit. You hit my stop, 1K up. Nice, man. I'm not entirely sure this is gonna stop going down. I don't know if this is actually like a resistance. 60 is an okay resistance. There's a little bit of a call wall here, but they could keep dropping. Like we're already on the second leg of the put ramp. You playing this Netflix dump? I mean, sort of. I'm not adding to my Netflix position until it goes back below GM. I don't want to wake up to another $20 upside move. This was Tradeovate. That's the double top, right? That we were talking about on the technical side at the beginning of the week. What's the range on that? Yeah, yeah, that's still a double top there. Almost not, but retest the fucking 30. 46.81. It's a lot of downside. So if I sell the 47.80, should be good, right? 47.80 for 26.30. So I locked in 1,100 profit, and I can still hit 16. Cool. Then in the cash account, QQQ is kind of bouncing here. We should be starting to run out of momentum. The 15 minutes still looks really bearish. Even the daily is kind of starting to turn around a little bit here. How's Dixie? Dixie's still going up. Okay, Dixie and the top end of the yield curve starting to finally move up above the high from the 8th. The 10-year is back at 4.04. Dixie's almost above 102.75. You see those 46.80s? No? So for a larger market correction, we now need bank earnings tomorrow to look bad and quarter 1 earnings season to have a negative forward guidance. Not necessarily. I mean, that could be the start of it, but I mean, this is already pretty bad. Most of the upside in the market priced in over the last let's see, like last 2.5 months now, almost. Yeah, it's almost 2.5 months. It is based on the idea that the Fed is going to rapidly cut rates starting in the first half of this year. Hotter inflation really doesn't add to that, and everyone's well aware that inflation is going to pick back up again into May. So if the Fed hasn't cut rates by May, they're probably not going to cut them this year at all. So you spent the last, you're an investment manager, and you spent the last 2 months promising your clients that the Fed's going to cut rates, all these stocks are going to fucking moon, you're going to have the best returns year over year ever, you know, and then the next inflation print is hot as fuck. It's awkward, right? It's an awkward situation to be in. Fortunately, for most investment managers, investors are idiots. I'm mediocre at my job, and even I didn't do that. Different motivations, right? How's Gex looking? Seems kind of bearish. It's not negative. Relax. JPEL will just do a single 500 BPS cut. That's the most bearish thing that could ever happen. If JPEL cuts rates to zero, that's because the fucking market's crashed already. Or is in the middle of a free fall. You know how many investment managers used to be elementary school teachers or car salesmen? A lot. Everyone thinks that like this. I think this is the common misconception among the public is everyone thinks that like asset managers and investment managers are their goal is to make money on stocks. This is not what their business is about. Their business is about getting money to manage. So when you're confused about like CNBC's, you know, or Fox Business or Bloomberg, you know, saying an insanely bullish shit despite the fact that all of the data contradicts them, it's because they work for investment managers and investment managers want to manage more money. So when everyone's sitting on cash, investment managers aren't making fees, right? And they're not good at this. They're not good at making money on stocks. That's not where they make their money. So if people are scared, you're not getting extra money. So it's best to keep people complacent and happy. Gherkin, that sounds like a Ponzi scheme. It is. Time for calls. It's turning around. Yeah, you could try. Oh shit. I have QQQ puts. Motherfucker. Do I hold those? Big Vic shorts. We have auction at 1 o'clock. Wait, I already fucking hedged the other thing off, right? Yeah, okay. That's hedged off. Hmm. 47.65. Let me see where this can bounce to. Oh, there's so much range. This could bounce to 70 or as high as 80. And then there's a put wall at 70. So I guess if it doesn't break above 70, then I'll stay bearish. Yeah. This may just be like a bit of recovery and like put capitulation. That was a big fucking drop, right? So uh, I wouldn't be surprised to see some capitulation, but we may see puts come back in. Um, as far as momentum goes, it's turning around a little bit, but not quickly. ES is below. So yeah, probably a retest of ES 4800. If it breaks above 4800, I would say that's a little bullish. But so far this is not that bullish. So we're still a little bit below that 4803.75 test. And a failure to test there could see us fall to 4780. So maybe I average down a little on QQQ. Risky. Gap at 75. Volume's falling off though. I think I'm gonna take futures down to the 5-minute. Dixie's dropping a little bit on the bounce. Correlation still stable. Yeah, so watch the 70 resistance here on SPX. Well, Beyond broke the trend, so I'm now looking. You guys are all very impatient on Beyond. Oh, I can say that much. The number of questions I'm getting tells me that everyone's being super, super fucking impatient, and there's plenty of time for it to continue dropping. Right now, I'd say I'd be targeting a test of 650 or under 650 for an entry. Maybe I'd pick up a little at like key resistance, like 750 and 7. But yeah, I don't think there's a big rush just yet. It just got off reg show, so it's got at least what, 9 more days before it can go back on. Do you keep any crypto in your portfolio? I have like a little bit of shit, yeah, but not much. Most of it's just like old stuff. I had some Solana that I sold on this like recent bull run. Um, I have like a little bit of Cardano because Gaff scammed me, and then do I have anything else? That's about it. Sometimes I'll trade it at night if I'm bored, but not usually, not in a long time. No Bitcoin. Oof. Nope. Sold it all at 58,000. Oh, I have Ripple. I have like I don't know, like 10 grand of Ripple. That's up a little bit. It's up like I don't know, like 80% or something. What's keeping Nvidia up so high? All the sold calls they squeezed out? I mean, there's really not a lot of interest on Nvidia right now that isn't bullish. So it's been running nonstop for like 3 days. Didn't you cancel your BTC buy order at 18K or something like that? Yeah, it wasn't yeah, I don't think it was 18. It was like fuck, I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. It was at 15,665. Which is like the exact bottom. One second. All right. So kind of rounding off the bounce here. That might be a good initial sign that we're gonna get a continuation, but I would still be patient. Isn't it hilarious if we miss 4,800 again? Yeah, it kind of is. Wow, I can't believe I got to see VIX hit 13 in my lifetime. Why debit spread before confirmation of the uptrend? What are you talking about? I don't have any debit spreads. On Netflix? I have some Tesla debit spreads open. Ooh. When's their earnings? Is there earnings this fucking week? Am I gonna get blown out by stupid Tesla earnings? No, it's the 24th. That's a credit spread. And it was to lock in profits. No worries. The 30-year auction's at 1 o'clock. Ooh. 70 test. Gross. You've got to be shitting me. These fucking options are so expensive. Still selling shitloads of puts. Yep. Okay. Hmm. All right, so that's still turning around. Back to 65. This test is pretty important. If we break to the upside, so there's a put wall at 70. If we break to the upside of 70, this can run back up to 80, 85. Or I'm just going to get burned on both sides of it. Let's see if it loses 60. So I want to have 7 stop. They're going to need to bring volatility down a lot more than that. These puts were cheap. Tesla's kind of enticing. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see if we start to pick up some volatility here would be interesting. So look out for like the formation of like a megaphone coming off of this. If we start to form a megaphone here, that's probably kind of bearish. The fuck? No. It's a little hard to say right now. As this strangles straddles closing, the test of 53 saw some put capitulation, but no. Believe it or not, the put position hasn't weakened very much. I feel like they're pretty confident. Maybe overly confident though, which makes me worried that they get squeezed out at 47.70. How much lower on Fubo before you'd consider entering a long position? I already have a long position. It's been trending down on the daily since mid-December. I'm considering selling 250 puts. 250 is a little higher than I'd want to pay for Fubo, but I guess with the premium, that's not too bad. Generally, I'd be targeting like 220. Was it 223 to 178? I feel like at some point in the next year and a half, they'll probably miss on an earnings projection, and there would be a very good opportunity surrounding that. Although it may be brief. I don't sure hedge funds ever use their ladder attacks on SPX. It's very liquid. It'd be hard to do. It would require a ton of money and even more risk. But they do. I mean, they just do it when the market maker is working with them, not against them. What was the broker that fucked up your futures position? Tradeovate. Tradeovate fucked it up. I'm sure they'll resolve it, but I've got to escalate it, which is just a big pain in the ass. And I don't want to spend hours on the phone dealing with it because it wasn't even that much money. I was just angry because the contracts they closed kept going up, and I missed like a 30-point move on them. Also, my name is suddenly green. I don't know what that means. I gifted everybody Cornichon like I gifted like 5 people Cornichon a few days ago. So did uh OG Dan. I have the opposite problem where my broker doesn't sell them and they keep going down. So this was like a smaller account that I just opened. Mostly because I wanted to try their platform. So it only had like 15 grand in it or something. But the thing was, is I didn't hit my like daily margin limit, so I was extremely confused as to why they would have liquidated a position. I think they just got like freaked out on the volatility this morning and then just sold it just cause. But that's bullshit, right? Gork math, 5 people, everyone. Jesus Christ, Dwayne. Here. You didn't even get one. Hashtag still poor. I hope he doesn't get one. He didn't. Guess that means we don't trade on that brokerage. Which one was it? It was Tradeovate. And I'm sure they're not like unreliable because of one incident, right? Keep gifting until I get one. No, that's all my free YouTube gifts for the month. I'm not paying for Cornichon. If I could gift Dillionaire, I'd probably do that once in a while, but I can't. Yeah, starting to turn 4,800 into a resistance here. That's distinctly possible. Yeah. Gift to Dillionaire, same like free money printer. No. Did you look into deleting Cornichon and Long Johnson? Yeah, a bunch of Cornichons and Long Johnson got angry about it. Last year I couldn't trade my position because of their greed. They started charging like $35 a month for volume profile, and they started changing the platform, which crashed it during CPI. Oh, okay. I don't know about their history. Well, I'm probably gonna close my account there then. Swoldemort, thank you so much, man. I think you got everyone that I didn't. I appreciate it, dude. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. Peasant Uprising? Apparently. How the fuck do you accept these things? I miss it every time. You have to click the gift and turn gifting on. But if you have like a corporate account, you can't do it. Every time I remember there's a Long Johnson level, I think that the cat video, I think of that cat video from the early 2000s that says, "Oh, Long Johnson." I mean, I think that's what it was initially based off of, was the meme. Why isn't the market going down on these CPI numbers? Because there's a bunch of calls that need bailed out from being underwater. Swoldemort, so swole. Love you. Thank you, man. Hey, buddy, you've been gone these past few days. No, you haven't. You changed your name to like Wheels and Boots or something, and then tried to get me to admit to sleeping with your ex girlfriend. Like I would ever admit that. I didn't have it on. Get wrecked, Dwayne. Kathy Wood said base case 600K, BTC 600K by 2030, bull case 1.5 million. So back to 10,000. Yeah, I didn't like that they had like the platform was web based, but I wanted to try it out. A bunch of people were telling me it was super cool, and it wasn't. You can sleep with my ex-wife all you want. Just ask. She's easy. Thanks for the offer, Covert Kitten. I bought Zillionaires today. Oh, welcome aboard, man. Thank you so much. How do I get access to the subscriber Discord? You just if you DM me on the Discord, I can send you the instructions. Or go to the general chat and the public channels, and under threads, there's gonna be one called how do I link accounts and get in the country club, and the instructions are in there also. But basically, you just link your YouTube account to your Discord account, and everything else is automated. Benedict, thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need any help getting added. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome to Dillionaire. I wouldn't touch anything she touches until the market crashes, and then I'm buying every ARK fund. What if they blow up? MSTR cliff diving. BTC's cliff diving. I'm gonna make so much money shorting BTC ETFs. Losing 65 after the 70 test, pretty bearish. Not yet. Breaking through the trend here is a little bearish. But it also may just be like we're seeing an increase in volatility, right? So either this holds the trend and stays a little bit bullish, or we start breaking the trend, but then we could still see, like that. Oh, I got stopped out. Ooh, VIX is picking up though. That's not good. Okay, so the uptrend broke. Hmm. Yeah, that's not looking too hot. Margin account. Options. Puts. Jan 30. Vertical 50. Mm. Hmm. All right. I think we get another leg down. Broke 60. Breaking 60 is really bearish. Next support, 50. 47.50. I don't wait till pre-SLD pumpies for that spread. Hmm. I could always add to it. But we may not get pre-SLD pumpies, right? Usually if we're below GN going into SLD, that's pretty fucking bearish. Like usually we just start to see things sell off. Not a lot of pumpies. And we're getting kind of close to a move towards GN right now. Can we test GN today? It's a stretch. Getting below 47.50 today might be kind of difficult. Are banks okay? They shouldn't be doing terribly. Their books should be up from the like August through September or August through October period, and their equity holdings should be up now because well, fucking equities are up. Mara down 9.5%. We said a bunch of these puts are feeling pretty confident and didn't bail. Yeah, very few bailed actually. That's why we didn't get a like hard V. The closer we get to them at the bottom of the mega fair, start pulling us down. Yeah, so losing 60 is where the call wall is. So losing 60 is a big deal. Opens up the test of 50. I kind of expect 50 to have support again, right? We barren a little, a little. I'd like to see us lose the low of the day. It's a start. We'll see. Like either VIX gets rejected and they short the fuck out of it here at 13 again, or it starts pushing up. And if VIX pushes up, it exposes them to a lot of risk. Fuck is this? Hmm. Oh, interesting. What? Cleveland CPI? What? You mean the CPI? Cleveland? What? What the fuck is Cleveland CPI? You mean they're? Are you talking about like the Nowcast? It's just CPI. It's not Cleveland CPI. If I only watched Dumb Money, Gherkin would have been a far better choice to play DFE's brother than Pete Davidson. Just tuning in, did you see the Vic short on the data this morning? That was fun. Yeah, that was interesting. So the Cleveland Fed does the now casting, which is the estimate of what CPI and PCE will be, but the report is just CPI. So Cleveland Fed nowcast, but not Cleveland CPI. The CPI is just the print. Now that's what I call inflation 2024. That was a big move up in headline. I'm surprised. Fucking asset bubble doesn't move slow nowadays. Fucking housing prices immediately higher, right? Greedy fucking landlords. I've been trying to get in Dole for a while now. Yeah, you're not alone. Um, you think under 12 is a good entry? It's okay. I at this point I've kind of resigned myself to just expecting like an entry above $10 at some point, but unless there's like a big market correction. Um, given that on the last big market correction it didn't drop below 1050. Although ideally I would like to buy it between 750 and 960. They're still buying the 4750 call to try to stabilize this. So the Bulls haven't quite given up yet. They're just not in a great position. And then there's increased put interest at 55 and 50. So a little bit of a struggle. So that's what I like to see. Although I wish it would culminate in something soon before Bears lose what little momentum they've gained. Ugh. Cleveland CPI seemed like asking Michigan people about stuff and things. I don't know. I don't mind the nowcast. It's usually okay. I think Bloomberg and GS's estimates tend to be a little bit better. But you have to weigh that with like the fact that they're a big investment. Like, well, Bloomberg's not, but GS is a big investment fund. The banks, you know who I love? I love fucking BNP. BNP. The French are always bearish as fuck. Their whole forecast for this year is like the market's gonna go to like 3,600. Everything's fucked. Inflation's gonna skyrocket, and global depressions and recessions are gonna drag on the U.S. economy. By far my favorite bank prediction of the year. No, the U.S. banks are pretty bearish too. If you look at like all the forecasts for the year, like all the like top end forecasts are like Tom Lee and Yardeni research, like just meaningless fucking irrelevant funds, right? And then all the like bearish shit. I guess like B of A is kind of bullish, and Wells, but like City, JPM, they're all pretty bearish on the year. BNP's pretty bearish. Or BNP was really bearish, I think. Breaking news. Fuck Bofa. Sorry, I misremembered the quote. Human sacrifice, cats living with dogs, mass hysteria. Yep. It's almost like non-US banks have a different picture than banks in the US. Yeah, because they're in the middle of a fucking recession. Quick PSA to all my Chicago peeps. Get your grocery shopping done today, because we have a blizzard Friday and sub-zero temperatures into Tuesday. What's it like living in the Arctic Circle? Of all the places I've lived in the country, fuck living near the Great Lakes. It's like, oh, what's the temperature outside? -30 with a wind chill of -50. You just don't breathe. It'll be fine. It's just brisk. You people are fucking nuts. Do you consider Lake Como a Great Lake? No, I don't think Lake Como is a Great Lake. It's a lake. Michigan consumer sentiment's going to change when it snows. They're not interviewing people from Michigan. They interview people from all over the country. It's assembled by the University of Michigan. It's not like they're hanging out on 8 Mile, like, hey, what do you think of the economy today? It's all over the country. Don't ruin their fantasy pickle. My dad said growing up in Wisconsin, it was common to get exposed flesh will freeze in X minutes warnings in the weather. Why? See, I don't get why people would want any part of that. It's got furnace broke. Guess we'll just die. Could we retest 65 or more downs? I don't know. We'll see if bulls can get a handle on holding 55 or not. They don't have a call wall here, so we could fall. I mean, the pull from the call wall at 60 is definitely diminished at this price. And bears are still kind of piling in. So they're trying to hold vol below 13, and they're trying to hold the 55 level before we test 75 and put all their Vega risk on the line. So we'll see how this plays out. They don't completely exclude people from Michigan. It's just not entirely comprised of people from Michigan. So I've been calling my cousin in Michigan to get his sentiment for no reason. Yes. The furnace broken, no problem. Just turn on the oven to full and leave the door open. Put it on clean cycle. I feel like when I was like a really little kid, I had to do some poor shit like that at one point. I feel like I should buy a call or two here just in case. You could. Yeah, then you'd have a hedge for the upside. I mean, that's always nice, right? Should I also do the 8 mile version of the report just for comparison? They probably should, actually. I had to use the oven last season during a power outage. I don't know if we had a power outage. I think I was like 4 or 5 and we just didn't pay the electricity bill. I think we had like electric heat at the time, so but we had a gas oven, so we just popped that shit open, lit it with a match. But then you have to also open the windows, so it's not very effective. Detroit did fine in the last downturn. Would skew results. Yeah. Detroit always the beneficiary of economic distress. Lots of buzz about Ethereum ETF next, then possible XRP ETF around April. Is that bullish for XRP? I mean, initially. During the speculative period, sure. Once there is an ETF, no. The ETFs are not, they're not bullish. Right now, it's kind of hard to short crypto. Well, not anymore. But it was. Definitely hard to get control of volatility on crypto. Now you can sell vol on crypto. And it's the most volatile thing. It's like Kenny's just stroking himself right now, just watching his port. Selling everybody's synthetic Bitcoin. On the BTC daily chart, can you show us when ETF fever started and when ETFs actually started? Shorting, here we come. There'll be a pretty definitive line there. How long till the spot ETF options chains open? I'm sure it'll be as quickly as they can feasibly get them going. Are you asking when we break 47.55? Probably around the same time that we break VIX 13. I'd like it to happen sooner rather than later because I've overpaid for this fucking at the money put, and it's not going in the money. I'd like to own DDS long term. Where can I find your DD on it? Well, first off, I'd like to say ew. No, you wouldn't. Second of all, the DDS DD is only released when appropriate. Currently, it's not appropriate. I'll give you a preview though, because you've asked so nicely. Somewhere around here. Ooh, hey, look at that go. Nice. Now I paid for that shitty call that I bought. I'd very much like this to keep going. Where's delta neutral? 42? Or gamma neutral, sorry. Ooh. It is at 42. Just right through 50 there, too. I didn't even fuck around. All the way down to fucking GN on the monthly? Alright, this is actually getting pretty bearish. Hold on, I need to put like a little sexy line. Let's put it there. I'll make it yellow. I'll put a hole in it too. Now I just need Netflix to die. Do I want to buy another put? Hmm. Not today. Too soon. Who was giving me shit about my debit spread earlier? Adopted by the Dans. Thank you so much. Somehow you still didn't get Dwayne. Dwayne used to be a pigeon whale. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Dan a shout out for hooking you up. Thank you, Popcorn. Oh, I tried to get my stop. Not today, sirs. Not today. I love zoomed in VIX. I love descending wedge failures. So, yeah. Same like. Where the fuck is resistance on futures? And are we at it? Hold on. Oh, no, we fell right below it. Nice. Let's just go straight for 47.65. Where are my bulls at? Did you guys make money today? I know some of you are sneaking around, hiding places. Being really quiet about all-time highs. I'm just kidding. The bears in this Discord are far more bullish than any actual bulls. Twat Waffle, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up with Cornish on. Whichever ones of you don't already have it, welcome aboard. Enjoy your Dillionaire discounts. Daniel Mayo Splatterglat. Thanks, dude. 269. Your name is Green, Vatican Trash Kid. I can't accept them. Poor forever. Have you... Nah. Isn't the effect of vol short on crypto ETFs assuming that trading on crypto itself will follow the price development of the ETFs? In contrast to stocks, which are inherently connected. No. No, because they'll sell the fucking ETF. They'll sell Bitcoin, which will lower the price of Bitcoin. I mean, the authorized participants will sell the ETF, which will then sell the Bitcoin. What it creates is it's a bunch of institutional holders of massive amounts of Bitcoin heavily influencing the price. God damn it. This is what happens when we play too many songs. Okay, you know what'd be actually really cool? If we close the day above 47. They named one of the ETFs Hodl Gherk. They're trolling retail. Yeah, yeah. I took my ports in 90k and then I lost it all. And then I took it from 5k to 25k and blew it up again. I think I deserve a gift. Well, it's not like everyone hasn't tried giving you one. Do you have gifting turned on? I'm pretty sure if you hit up Twat Waffle's last thing, you could pick one up. Everyone give Twat Waffle a shout out. Welcome aboard. That's this. What's the status? I had to step away. Well, I got stopped out of my put, which I didn't want, but it's fine. On stream you mentioned healthcare has more weight in CPI in 24 after May. After May, they changed the calculation. BLS has all that information on their methodologies. You have to click their the little gift thing, and then a thing will pop up that says like, "Do you want gifts?" And then you go, "Yeah," and then you get a gift. Theta Force One, you still missed, Dwayne. Congratulations on becoming Cornichons, guys. And thank you so much, Theta. I appreciate it, dude. I'm glad everyone's making a lot of money on puts today. I can see you're all very enthusiastic. Don't forget about your QQQ. Nope, cut it at a loss like a dipshit. Dwayne is cornicursed. Now I'm trading like a good kid and only doing spreads, condors, and wheeling. Rough. Yeah, that's. I don't miss the building up the port days. They sucked. I feel your pain. I think today's not my day. It might not be. Or you simply still haven't turned gifting on. When you said basically risk free on short, I didn't say basically risk free. I said low risk. It's on, man. We're almost my favorite part of a red move, where everyone over leverages their profits and loses more than they made. We're only down 78 bips, man. That's usually around 300 to 500 bips. I blew up my cash for trading. We calls. When everyone over leverages their profits and loses more than they made, I'm building up the port days. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, it can. Where? Where's the fucking notification? Useless. Do you think we lose GN today? That'd be cool. But expect it to be defended a bit. We're definitely moving into some like a light amount of baratory here. Why? Why won't you give me the fucking notification, you stupid piece of shit? Ah, crap. I tried chasing that at the last second. I thought I was over that. Back to 0 days since chasing error. Yeah. I mean, you can buy. So it's not chasing to buy the resistance, right? So if you bought here and you just set like a tight stop, you know you're just testing the breakout, right? If it keeps breaking down, then you know you can move your stop down. If it breaks up, you know you stop out and wait. And you know you might risk like 50 on SPX. You might risk like 50, $100 on something like that, right? But I mean the potential, the risk reward is insane, right? You know, a $5 breakdown on an at the money put is gonna give you, you know, like 500 profit minus commissions. So, um, you know, for the risk you're taking, it's pretty minimal. Message for Hawk. Welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. Forex my tiny port made more than I make in 2 weeks after taxes, and so my P&L is positive for 2004. What a great start to the year. All right, just don't blow it up, man. I know you. Don't start scaling up to other products that you can't afford. Well, we started to get a megaphone and then it just failed. Vol's starting to turn up a little bit. Still looks kind of bearish. Small bounce, but I think this may fail. That does not look so hot. I'm more worried about a bounce into the middle of the day. Like in an hour or so. The longer term trend has gotten quite bearish today. Hmm. Tesla's still holding gamma neutral. I love how Tesla can drop $25 and still stay above GN because of all the stupid fucking bulls. Is 4,700 Pooty dumb for tomorrow? I want some deep down exposure. I picked up a debit spread for 47.46. I don't feel like that was a terrible idea. I'd probably still want to wait till next week to add like a lot of put exposure, or at least below GN. I don't know what the tail's gonna look like. I'd imagine worse than it would have earlier without inflation being up. Was it time to exit beyond off reg show and downtrend? It was time to exit beyond fucking the last time it ran up. But yes, it's off reg show and it's being shorted heavily. But it did run while on reg show, so there are a lot of obligations floating around on it. Someone was saying in SCX Discord, GS was thinking of a hot print, negative 2% on the day. Yeah, that sounds about where expectations would lie. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think vol shorts are way too exposed to a lot. I mean, if that did happen, I think shit would start blowing up. That's too big of a down move. We're not even down 100 bips yet. Thoughts on PPI tomorrow? Probably less important. I can't think of anything that would really. Maybe a little bit from consumer demand picking up into the holiday season, but it's probably too early for that. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just moving some covered calls around. Gold is moving the opposite direction I would have expected. No position. Yeah, gold's still dropping. Dollars rising. So currency fears are kind of allayed right now. Yen and dollar are both rising. I mean, so as the chances of the carry trade spread collapsing diminish, which will happen with inflation or an extended period of higher rates, then speculation on gold is going to probably drop. At least institutional bank speculation on gold. The labor market's just silly. It really is. $47.35 end of day. I would fucking love to see us test like GN on the monthly contract, which is about 47.27. I think I'm gonna do like a little fun thing here. Make a bet on closing below 160. Why are they fucking bidding at $2? It's ridiculous. $40.35. Did this just already rocket down? No. The same fucking price. Hmm. Oh, that's why. Wrong fucking date. Why does WeBull do that? Um. Hmm. Do you have delta neutral for Upstart? It's below it. Give me a second. GN on upstarts 33.90. Could Tamagotchi Yellen save my port? Can we retest 65? What are you, fucking long? Why? Could you elaborate why you don't like options on Oxy? They tend to be kind of illiquid, and it doesn't usually have very big moves. Like notional moves. We were so poor when my siblings and I went to our grandparents. We'd eat the fruit off the wallpaper. Lol. Jesus. Nothing like some lead-backed wallpaper. Nice and sweet. Break even on the bear put spread is 46.80 on expiration. Do you just want to capture a move down? Largely, yeah. While minimizing capital allocation to 10% of the port. I have very little intention of holding it all the way to expiration. Uh, 2054 739. Let's say we see a test of 1600 by Jan 24th. I'll make 431%. Forty 4600. The debit spread I bought earlier. The market maker's fucking with my signals today. I think they're just trying to not let vol slip too much. I don't think it's so much the market maker's fault. Ooh, a little bit of recovery on futures. A retest futures 47.80 here. Big vol short. BTO about to fill a 3-month uptrend. Not yet. I think the failure is below $23. Or are you just talking about this? I assume you're talking about this. I don't know. I guess if it falls back to 23, I might start selling CSPs on it again. How idiotic, or April 18C for GME? Why would you buy them now? That 3.9 core is spicy. Do we have a that actually was less spicy than the 3.4 headline. Do a possible put ramp all the way down to 47.10 per your graph this morning, or a lot of those sold and need squeezing. A lot of them are sold. I would say right now, if we substantially lose 50, there's a ramp to about 47.20, and then we're gonna run into resistance again around the long-term gamma neutral. So right now we're bouncing off the weekly GN. We'll see where this ends up, obviously. Probably not very high, but it could push up as high as 47.60 if it breaks above 47.50. But 47.50's got a pretty decent put wall. But there's going to be a little bit of profit taking here, and then we'll see how put positions rebuild after this is all said and done. Looks like QQQ caught a little bit of a bid here. So the bounce is pretty broadly supported, but yeah, there's resistance at 50. Inflation's not coming down faster than expected. Inflation is up 2 months in a row over the consensus. Another straddle at 47.44, but due to poor timing, I'm a bit down on the spread. I know that makes the profitable exit dependent on great execution, but any tips? No, I mean, it's a straddle. They're not really that complicated. Pick a test, either to the downside or the upside. And on breaking that test or failing that test, cut one of the sides of your straddle. Inflation up with oil down, and medical costs have not started to roll in yet. What do you think happens next? Well, I think oil's going to go up. I think medical costs are going to go up. I think knock-on effects from the asset bubble reinflating will probably push inflation a little higher into like March. The Feb report for Jan, I don't know. Feb could be weird. But I think I think March, April might start to trend a little higher again, and then I think May we could see a big spike in inflation. Wonder if you tend to average down the put side on an upside test. It depends on how hard the upside prints. Sometimes. It also depends on how much theta I have. There's so many variables, it's really hard to say position to position, but if we have like a huge breakout overnight, right, and say we move like 50 BPS, and the call side is, up like 175% or something, right? And then I might average the put down if I think there's going to be a rejection. Otherwise, I just cut them both. Like generally speaking, larger overnight moves lead to me cutting both sides of the straddle at profit, right? Because you've maxed the yield on the neutral position at that point, and then it's just really risky to carry the dead leg. Sometimes I have a little bit more theta on the losing leg if I've assumed appropriately, and in that instance, I might average it down as long as we haven't broken out of our like local trading range, right? But if we have like a bigger move, like 150 BPS or something like that, I'm cutting. I'm just gonna cut both, right? The puts are dead at that point, or the calls, whichever direction we move. Generally, the most profitable days are when I open, like if I open like a 47.60 and market opens at 47.80, fails, right, and then tests like 47.40. Or vice versa. Those are usually the best days, and the market tends to do that, right? Because volatility is kind of low. We don't generally get like strong directional trends because realized vol is really low too. So we tend to test like the upper range of options interest, and at some point the lower range of options interest, and generally trade between those two, right? So I just use that to exit. That's why I've been trading straddles for like over a year now, because we're not getting like huge range moves. And then if we do, you still make money, you just make a little less. But some days, like you'll have like a bullish trend, right? So you open up, you get some capitulation, but you don't really fail back to like where your put is, right? So this is like another example. So you're at like 47.50, market opens 47.75, calls take profit, you drop to like 47.55, right? And it starts to stabilize. On days like this, I'll sell the puts for a loss, but it's less of a loss than if I'd closed them both at 75, right? So maybe I made 20% on my calls and then lost, instead of losing 20% of my puts up here, right? I'll close the puts a little later and maybe lose like 10%, and then I'm netting 10% on the day. That's frequently how you have to play more range bound days, and generally as realized vol drops, I'll lower the amount of theta so that I have better price sensitivity. One day I'll get money and do that. Exiting straddles in the pre-market is tricky. Sometimes on like big days where there's like CPI or something like that, there can be enough liquidity, uh, but not always. It also depends on how many contracts you have. If you have like one or two straddle legs, it's not, like, so like a total of like 2 or 4 contracts, it's not really a big deal. But if you have like 30 or 50, it can get tricky. Yeah, Fuba's getting fucking slammed today. Shorts are probably getting a little more confident that small caps are going to have a rough beginning of the year, which I kind of agree with. Yeah, Netflix found a little bit of support, but I mean, it'll still largely move with indices. It's definitely better for Netflix to fall below 480 because then people will start selling calls on 480 again and crushing vol, which makes puts cheaper, and that makes people want to buy puts. Didn't you mention Sunday a point where you expected Fubo to go back up a bit? It did on Monday. Not much though. It only ran up to like 317. But yeah, it bounced off the trend and caught a little bit of a bid. I was hoping it could go higher, but they've still got some liquidity to short it. And the more Russell sells off, the more liquidity they're gonna have. Will GME ever get out of this range of $15 to $16? It's been pretty consistently dropping over the last like couple weeks, so I expect it'll continue to just go down. I have 1812 debit put spreads on it, which are doing okay, not that great, surprisingly. What do you think about Neo just going down? Good entry. I don't think there's any rush. I think it can go down more. Would you hold on to a 4750 one DTE, which is 120% in the money? You mean 120% up? It's not 120% in the money. I mean, as long as we stay on top of GN here, then the chance of a breakdown is quite high. But be careful because bounces off of GN can be pretty violent. So maybe like a wide stop, and then if we don't get a continuation, you get stopped out, you take some profits. If we do get a continuation, you make more. And that's really the best you can hope for here. Stream demonetized. I didn't get an ad when I opened it. I don't know. Maybe Google's finally listening to the complaints and toning down their absurd ad fucking shit that they've been doing for the last 2 months. How much data would you be looking for on a rise in oil? Is March too far? March may not be far enough. Generally around this time of the year, I'm looking more towards the seasonal trends on oil. Usually you want something like May, June, July. Absolutely kicking myself that I sold 4770p for only 700. Yeah, that's rough. What are your thoughts on the time frame for Neo? I have Feb calls. I think of rolling out to May. A few contracts that I forgot to set stops on. Maybe get more theta than that. So Neo's really cool, right? Like someone came in and bought, 20% of the company. They've got a lot of liquid cash right now. They're probably a little undervalued, but the market's not going to price them up because of the risk of China's economy continuing to fail, right? Like China's kind of right in the middle of like an economic collapse, and obviously the US's like foreign policies and reshoring of industry globally is making that even more difficult for them. So over the next 6 to 12 months, we're going to see if China's attempts at reinvigorating their economy through QE are going to be successful or not, right? And if they are, then Chinese stocks are massively undervalued. If they are unsuccessful, however, Chinese stocks are still massively overvalued. So it's really a bet on emerging markets, and it carries a ton of risk. I would not overexpose myself to it, or B, think of it as any kind of guarantee. But yeah, I mean there is a chance they're successful. There are other ways to play that as well, commodities especially. And I think commodities are arguably a better bet than going long, like individual Chinese tickers, like even things like Timu and what's the other one that begins with a B? BYD, Neo, Lucid. They're not Lucid. Baba, Baidu. Baidu's another. Yeah, thank you. BYD and Baidu. Like all of those are probably really good picks. They're all really cheap. But uh, you know, if their economy does reignite, commodities are probably going to go up. And then if we start to see tech earnings pull back, there's a very good chance that we see hedge funds start to diversify more heavily into commodities, in order to replace those holdings in Mag 7, as they seek out other forms of quality, and commodities are cheap as fuck right now. So um, like if you want exposure to that, it's probably good to like pick a few tickers on the China side that are relatively stable with decent cash flows, and then maybe have a greater focus on either going like long Chinese bonds or um, long commodities. and the important ones. So like coal is a really important commodity. Uranium, steel, copper. Um, I think that's where we'd see the most demand. Steel at the back end of that, but eventually. I'm not a big fan of mining operations because they tend to just be fraudulent as fuck. We usually get the information from the Fed speeches during or shortly after they're held. The Fed's website usually posts a transcript right away. Barkin's a little bit more hawkish. They're all probably going to be a little bit more hawkish after the hotter inflation print. There's still resistance at 50 on SPX. China's expanding EV manufacturing. Yep. It would be too much to ask you to use another stream card than the one yesterday. Oh shit, I forgot to change it. It was supposed to be a Steamboat Willie stream card because he's part of the public domain now. We're getting we're getting near the top of the bullish momentum, but we're not quite there yet. On the longer time frames, it still looks pretty bearish. So there's a good chance that this sees a failure at 50, I think. Are we getting any more put interest? All right, yeah, I mean, I would say that the ramp from like 35 to 20 looks a little bit more fleshed out now. The put wall at 50 and 55 is stronger. So we're getting some in the money put buying. Yeah, I would say bears are pretty confident. Not a lot of capitulation. But still a little bit of call buying. And remember, the market maker still favors the bullish side here. So could I find out who gifted me Cornish on so I can send them a thank you card? VIX back below 13. All is right with the world. Well, for now. That may not last long. Are you in Tesla puts now that it's below 230? No. But I might get some today. Can bulls pull this off? Pump it till OPEX? Or will the returning bears put an end to the VIX bullshit? Good question. I don't think we're gonna see an end of the VIX bullshit unless we drop substantially. That's like $100 from here or more. I would say that if we start to lose gamma neutral on the monthly this week, then we may not see like a lot of pre SLD upside. But we have PBI tomorrow. We have the 30-year auction today. Breaking above 47.52. There's still a little bit more momentum. I'm very concerned with how my Vega plays for June and July are doing after this last 15 minutes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is there an MM trading desk? Like, Steve's just at a desk doing the MM side of things. Not so much. I mean, MMs have desks, but most, at least the bigger MMs, mostly everything's automated, right? At least the trading part of stuff. What does a person like Kenny actually do at work? Probably as much or as little as he wants to. I mean, generally, like the way funds are structured, people like Kenny and various analysts and researchers will be kind of handling high level stuff, strategy, implementation, stuff like that. And then everyone at a lower level is just doing the same thing day in and day out. Being a billionaire must be pretty sweet. It probably is, yeah. I mean, yeah, well, you're not wrong, Magnanimous. He is the face of the fund. And, yeah, he's got to meet with clients and attend events. And that's how you ensure that money keeps coming into your fund. If you were a billionaire, what food would you eat on the daily? I don't know. I don't think I'd want to eat the same shit every day now, let alone if I had more money. Kenny cooked out of his mind, kicks the trading floor down after an all night martini bender. I'm making the trades today. The wrist desk can piss off, loses everything. He probably has like 20 clients he actually meets with, though. I feel like probably more than that. Citadel's got a pretty high threshold if you want to invest with them. Steak from different cows in different countries. Why not two steaks at the same time? Magnanimous. It's not like he's explaining Social Security to your average 70-year-old. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but that he meets with personally? I mean, probably a lot. How many billionaires are invested in Citadel, right? All of them. Probably has to do ass kissing rounds for all of those people. Then you've got to meet with, all the Congress people and senators that you're paying off. Right. Or at least meet with the people that you're paying to pay them off. Because they locked them for withdrawals. That's pretty common. Citadel almost went under back in 08. But they retained they locked their investors out from withdrawing and managed to retain their capital, and they did very well since then. I mean, imagine running a hedge fund and being stupid enough to let everybody fucking pull all their money out and blow up all your positions, right? Like, people say that like it's a bad thing, but it's, I mean, letting everybody pull all their money out of the fund is a bad thing. You're just host lavish parties to connect people, and it's worth your 220 anyway because you bring people together. I think Kenny might be getting a bit better than 2 and 20, but yeah. No money, no fund. Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to manage a fund in a situation like that because all your investors panic, right? It's their money. No, it's not. I mean, it's really not, right? It does belong to them in the end, but they have signed an agreement with you that you are managing that money, not them. So it's not their money in the interim and until you release it to them. How's Kenny not bald since that event? I don't know. There's a VC guy who is one of my professors. He showed a study on hedge fund net returns and fees versus average market. Average market won significantly. His point was the value in connections within the club. Yeah, I mean most hedge funds either meet or barely exceed the. Well, actually, most hedge funds don't beat the S&P, but they match like the long term average, right? Which isn't always that great. But they collect fees on that, which is awesome. So it's all about getting more clients. You don't really care about the returns that much. There are some hedge funds which consistently post significantly better than average returns. Citadel's one of them, right? Rentec, Scion. But then everyone wants to give those people their money. Which wouldn't be in their strategies when it works. So they generally limit the amount of capital inflow that's allowed. Don't forget Piggly Financial. It's true. Except I'm not a hedge fund. One of these days, I'll make Carl sit down and figure out the yearly return on Pickles Picks. Maybe we'll make some graphs. I'm gonna have to get him drunk and pretty horny, but if I can pull that off. I want to give you my money. Even if you go negative 50%, you're still doing better than me. Next week, maybe. I can use it as for advertising, which I'll never do. If I was a good shill, that's what I would do. I would figure out all the Pickles picks over the last 3 years, and then use it as advertising material. And flood billionaires with newbies. How do you calculate Greeks on SPX? Or do you use Ortex data with math? And no, we don't use Ortex. Gross. Ortex doesn't have anything like that. Does Ortex even have fucking options data? Most of Ortex's data is just free shit from the SEC. Sorted. I saw one of the other YouTubers were advertising by showing graphs of their support resistance lines on it being spot on at the end of the day. But you can tell it was done in the post market. My favorite is the ones that like trade futures accounts, like paper futures accounts, but they like zoom in on the chart so you can't see the fact that all their trades are paper trades. Billionaires will have to run for higher ground, become pigeon whales. Would you choose the perfect entry and exit for Billionaire performance? No, I'd probably do like an average. Vortex's Jimmy is 1,400% short, and I, for one, believe them. Oh, God. So get me into their aggregated fucking models of FTDs and borrowed shares. They're just garbage. It's just bullshit. Absolute bullshit. What a useless fucking service. What's a paper trade? You can up your fee, but don't advertise. You guys don't want thousands of other billionaires front running you? What's wrong with you? No, I can't. I can't stick with an advertising campaign. I'm far too lazy. Will you calculate Pickle Pick's returns taking into account our diamond hands and reluctance to sell when massively profitable? No. No, I won't. What secret stock? Are more puts coming in, or does it look like bulls are going to V this? It looks like they're trying pretty hard to. They are. Well, I would actually say that their focus, at least currently, seems to be more on not losing delta or gamma neutral, and less on Ving it. They're not really like building like a call ramp or anything. Um, I will say if there is a tail on the 30, be careful of that risk off shit that we saw yesterday. But other than that, I mean, yeah, I think more of this is an effort to stabilize price than it is an effort to pump. Like there's pretty big put walls at 50, 55, 60. There's another big put wall at 75. There's plenty of puts to the downside of 50. So I mean, probably just trying to stabilize price and keep vol from breaking out too much on the auction. I think some people have already guessed it, but it doesn't matter. Whatever happened to Bipolar Bear? I miss his $24 GME buy-ins. He's right there. He just asked if he should get an electric or gas fireplace below his TV. Neither? Why would you put a fireplace below your television? At least one that you use. Is your real name Gazorpa the pufferfish? No, that was my grandfather. There's a nice little today. Could you take a look at K and KLG, the Kellogg companies? Yeah, I could take a look. You wanna go long food? You better hope fucking inflation picks back up again. I think the US only has KLG. K is Sweden? Rip bipolar bear. You will be missed. It's right there. I'm aiming for a $10 buy-in. Okay, I mean the dividend on KLG is kind of nice. What's the other US ticker for Kellogg? $10 CSP is paying big money. Wait, hold on. I thought you weren't gambling anymore. What happened? It's called Kella Novella? Oh, okay. Not as good of a dividend yield as the snack version. Nice recovery over the last couple of months. Yeah. Long term, not doing so well. I don't really know if I don't know if the cereal side of things is where it's at. I don't really see anything interfering with wheat pricing in the near term. I mean, there's been a little bit of volatility there lately, but I would need to see how the businesses are divided up, because it looks like they both focus on like convenience foods, and I know they own a lot of brands, but I don't know which ones or how it's split. I do like the 5% dividend on KLG, but I'd have to dig more into that and see how sustainable it is and stuff. Cereal's a failing business model. Worst performing product in the portfolio. BitBear can't afford Dillionaire anymore. Cohen got him. Bipolar Bear was never a Dillionaire. He's a cheap fuck. And he hates me. So it's... Did you figure out the 50% drop yesterday on the secret stock? Wild drop. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Oatly's interesting. I've actually been watching that one for a little while. Kathy Wood's been doing the rounds this morning, saying their bear case or BTC is 600K by 2030, 1.5 mil bull case. Yeah, she says a lot of shit. I'm still waiting on Tesla at 10,000. I'm saving for Pontiff. Theta Force One, welcome to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added to the country club. Is there any significance to R vol spot VIX diverging again? Problematic for short vol positions. A little bit, yeah. It could be. I haven't really looked at how widely it's diverged today. Give me a second. 30-day vol versus IB. Yeah, well, this is where we're seeing like lower realized vol, higher implied vol. So this is like a bearish divergence between the two, right? So we're not seeing like R vol above implied vol like we were seeing on the pump, like on the big move from the beginning of November. But I would say that the increases in both are not very consequential yet. Probably want to wait to see more data on that. Man, bears are well set up to capture the downside here. It's all about the ultra low cost save. Oh god, I don't want to play that fucking shit. Can we talk Oatly? It's worth picking up on the dip. My girlfriend loves this stuff. A lot of people love this stuff. Um, there's other problems with the company, but they're not insurmountable. I don't like it just yet. Yeah, I still own Fubo. Yeah, I mean, I think they've stayed on track with expectations. I think 277's a bit expensive, and you can probably get it for cheaper. But um, I think they've actually done a fantastic job uh, keeping their roadmap on course. And then you'd be looking at like positive EV a bit by 20 end of 2025, beginning of 2025. A lot of people love their Pelotons too. That's true. Yeah, you're not wrong. Because QQQ did a special dividend, and so there's split strikes on the chain. I mean, they're not at risk for a reverse split. They're still trading above $1. My biggest problem with them has been their margins and their debt. Their debt's quite high. Their margins really haven't caught up with that, and their free cash flows remained negative, right? They're still spending a lot of money getting the product out there and advertising it. That's probably going to continue to be a problem for some time. They may reverse split if they're forced to. But it could be a few years before they see profitability. And so it's not like necessarily something that I feel like I need to get in right away and get exposure to. Even though yeah, it is really cheap right now. It may be cheaper in the future. The risk reward on early is probably not worth it unless it's 70 cents or lower. Yeah, I came pretty close to buying it back in October, but the market was still falling, and I didn't want to take the chance. Their debt is a big fucking problem. And their float size is huge. And there's still like a lot of competition in the space. Brands like Califia and stuff do just as well, right? So it's not like they're the only brand. Even though like I think Oatly's preferred by like a lot of coffee shops and stuff like that. Fubo price increase $5 a month and $1 a month. RSN fee starting 2/1. Ooh, nice. That's not so much that I think it'll lose them too many subscribers. Cool. They need some better revenues, so I'm glad they're pricing that up. 4,700 on a fat tail, maybe gamma neutral on a fat tail. It's a small auction. But yeah, we could lose like the 42 to 30 range. Maybe test 25 on a big fat tail. My worry is that yesterday we got a fat tail and we saw like a bunch of like market maker risk off immediately, right? And that's kind of, I don't know. I'd worry about seeing that again today. Maybe it won't matter as much today with fewer of the sold calls in the money, but 750 million market cap, consistently losing 50 million a quarter. What's not to love? Yeah, there's not a lot of barrier to entry. Do you know why Abercrombie and Fitch ran from 15 to 96 in the last year? Is it looking like a possible short at these levels? I wouldn't short it. They've done well. That's why they've look at their data. I mean, probably some of it a short squeeze, but I mean, just because retail's been so over short, right? But no, they've been doing well. Here's a question: at what age should we be allowed to be tried as an adult? I think 7, 8. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like 7, 8 might be a bit young. Maybe once our prefrontal cortex is fully developed, with maybe the exception for things like murder. Yeah, I know it's not developed to like 25. I don't have a prefrontal cortex. I have a few upstart CSPs at 30 for 119. How do they look? You might end up owning some shares. Any reason we shouldn't expect a complete V today? Well, there's not a lot of positioning for it, but I wouldn't say as long as we're above GN, it's not off the table. Huh? Huh? There's a little push here, but it's nothing crazy. This is probably just to try to get as much of the call side interest. Yeah, maybe they're trying for 60 here. I don't know if they'll get it in the next 17 minutes, but they might. But yeah, like I said before, a lot of this is just trying to stabilize against whatever the auction outcome is. That way, if the auction's bad, they can close out the rest of their upside positioning, right? Without taking too much of a hit. And it's better to pump before the event than try to pump after. That's on the Amazon iRobot deal. I find it interesting, and I think Amazon will get their way personally, kind of like Microsoft Activision. I think Amazon buying out iRobot is way less of a big deal than Microsoft buying out Activision. I don't think the home robotic vacuum cleaner market is nearly as big as buying up like 30% of, video game IP. You had your growth port with VIX? Yeah. What about same theory with SPX, but it's not as reliable? One second. There we go. So I was just trying to get some lunch started. Yeah, let me see what the auction's gonna look like here. Oh, so we did get the 4760 test. If the auction doesn't have a tail, bulls are gonna push so hard. I mean, I don't think it broadly changes much, but yeah, we could see a push up to like 80, 85. I don't think we're going to see a lot more than that. A lot of positioning broke down earlier today. It's like 75, 80, 85. After that, it kind of, interest kind of falls off. Yep, auctions right now. I'm actually hedged for the upside because of this stupid fucking thing I sold earlier. That's fun. Hey, Gherk, feels great to be back. Gherk to be back. I returned a married man with your wife's portfolio under your management. Should I buy some Gherks or Gherks today? I don't know. Whatever Gherks you off. Okay. Big vol short. Let's see. 2.3, 4.23, actual 4.229. So no tail. Bid to cover 2.3. Well, that's not great. All right. Ooh, Mester was pretty bearish today, or hawkish. Damn. It was 0.001 off. So a little bit of an attempt to push out of 60. 60, 65 are kind of bullish. Then there's a put wall at 70. A big put wall at 70. So we'll see if they try to leverage this to get their 60, 65s in the money. And then we'll go from there. Not a lot of change in 0 DTE options after the print. The other thing that we could see happen here is bears just sell those 2 strikes. Yeah, the CPI data is far worse than the auction. The auctions can just kind of stir up short-term volatility a bit. Unless they're really, really bad. Like the ones we were getting towards the end of October. Those were awful. What about 1 DTE? I mean, I don't really monitor it that much, but I could check it. Yeah, on the longer time frame, there's a little bit of a ramp to 75, but there's a shitload of put walls. 75, 70, 65, 60. So it's put walls all the way up, and at 65, 70, at 65 and 70, they outweigh the call side interest. All of the call side interest, so all expirations. And then I'll check tomorrow's expiry right now. No tail. It's like 4.3 to 4.29. Yeah, tomorrow's expiration, big put wall at 65. So big put wall at 70 for today, big put wall at 65 for tomorrow. But we're sitting on top of that put wall right now. From a momentum perspective, Bulls could push. I mean, the momentum's not working against them that strongly just yet, but it's gonna start turning around. So they have I think they have a pretty short window to push. I will say, though, the higher they can get it here, the less likely it is to fail GN into the end of the day. Futures aren't getting a lot of volume, though. Skew starting to turn around. Yeah, that didn't really affect Dixie much either. I don't know. I don't know if they got it in them. Can that poor CPI print cause an overnight sell-off with a gap down? Probably not. Well, higher inflation print did increase yields, which is probably why we didn't see a very fat tail. As the yields at the top end of the curve were already up today. What washing machine do you have? I have I think it's Samsung. I didn't buy it. It just came with the apartment. Well, actually, the apartment came with a Speed Queen stackable unit from like the 80s, and then it broke after I moved in, and they replaced it with a Samsung. They buried you by replacing it with that Sammy. Why? You think you're locked in on rent forever? Did it break because you broke it to get a better one? No, it was like the spindle or the drive shaft for the dryer snapped, and so they just replaced both units. They did try for a while to get the part. It was like a few weeks, and then they finally just replaced it. Are you riding in the dryer? No. Vol shorting, very annoying. Well, it's kind of trimming down a bit, right? I mean, even the vol short off of the auction wasn't spectacular or anything. Do you think we could push to 75? There's a ramp to 75, but there's a lot of put walls on the way. $65 and $70 are going to be very hard to cross. Speed Queen's last. Yeah, but I don't care about that because I don't own the fucking unit. I know they do. If I like owned a house or something, I would definitely buy like a Speed Queen. But I don't have to do any of the maintenance or repairs on the washer and dryer. So if they want to buy like a cheap Samsung that's just massively more convenient to use, and it breaks all the time, that's their fucking problem, right? Any book recommendations on sector rotation investing? I don't. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of that, but off the top of my head, no. There aren't a lot of very good books on investing, period. Generally, people that are good at investing don't write books about it. That's why like all the best books on investing were written in like the 30s. It's not rent controlled, it's rent stabilized. That's different. Rent control is like you get an apartment for poor people. The city like gives you at an auction. I wish I was locked into my rent. I hate telling my landlord anything needs fixing because I figure he'll just raise my rent that much more when renewal rolls around. That's one of the reasons that states create rent control laws. You gotta vote for the right people, Jen Jen. I don't like Zim. Does no-till not mean it's bad for bulls? No, it doesn't. It just doesn't really mean anything. It means there was sufficient liquidity to sop up the tiny, today's like relatively small auction. You say you're waiting until like 650 to enter beyond now? Yeah. I mean, I still have my synthetic longs, but those are like end of this year, so I don't really care about those very much. So I have like synthetic longs at 8 and 9, and then anything I add is going to be, I'm looking under 7 if possible. But maybe I'll add a little at like key psychological resistances, like 750, 7, 650. I also miss Blueberry Batman. He's still here. What's it mean when the 8x the average volume of a stock, which is also 10% of the free float, is traded and it's flat as fuck? Might be like netting. Does it have a lot of fails? Could just be really contested, like options positioning. A lot of the call OIs sold. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people betting on it somehow benefiting off of the Red Sea closures, but I don't think they do. And if they did, I think there's better companies to buy. No FTEs, but volume spiked a bunch. Might just be like CNS. That's it? I'm done with what? I'm thinking it's either that or someone is buying in. Oh, you're out of Twizzlers? Go buy more. Where's Grackle? So is that it then? Ignore CPI, carry on with price in rate cuts that won't happen. Well, they're digesting right now. You have to let them digest the data. Are you eating Twizzlers right now, Grackle? Any more Twizzy stat? You guys are silly. I'll work on the Twizzy Dizzies once I cash out my 4765C. Does 4750 seem unlikely now? No. Is downside momentum dead? Upside momentum's almost dead. The Bulls don't seem to care about the put walls. Why? Because they've reached one of them? Bulls have the gamma advantage at 60 and 65. Bears at 70. And then Bears have a put wall at 65 for tomorrow. So a little bit more bearish delta at 65, a little bit more bearish gamma at 70. But it's the whole range is contested. And since I told you guys about this, we've only moved $2. And now we've moved $2 in both directions. You guys need to be stepping so I don't know. It's like hey Gherk, this is ripping and it's up like 1%. You know, it's just stop being so influenced in the long term by $1 moves in the underlying. Yeah, poor. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Potato Tom. Or hyperbolic, same thing. The hyperbole comes from a place of poor, right? But it's all we know. Do you think Potato Tom is still in a job? There's always going to be potatoes. What to do with a losing leg on a straddle? Cut it. Or if you think it's going to go back in the money, you can keep it. Or get closer to being at the money. Short straddle? Well, that's just the opposite. Out of puts, got stopped on calls. It's nice taking profits. Well done, man. Digest for another 6 months. No rate cuts yet. Still 6 rate cuts priced in. US enters deep recession. Still digesting recession. SPX 6K. Man, SPX can't even clear its all-time high. It's like watching a 55-year-old on the last 30 minutes of his Viagra try to consummate his anniversary. How can I get more leverage to sell spreads? Money? Oddly specific, but okay. Sounds like the market needs some tea. Maybe. Yeah, the bulls might need a little tea. Yeah, they talk a lot of shit when the price goes up, but then they miss all of their targets. It's like Tom Lee saying SPX is going to 5,000 in 2023. How do I get more money? Sell your body. Been there. Where's Dork? I don't know. I just shoveled so much fucking snow. There he is. Now we can rip. I'm in a weird position with this fucking spread I opened earlier to lock in my profits. I'm actually more profitable above 47.80 than I am below 47.75. It's a weird situation. Like this is where I'm at with it. Theoretically, the best series of events here would be if sometime very late in the day we went above 47.80 briefly. Like I could close the short put and then just toe ring the 775. I gotta learn how to use that thing and make it green. Yep, yep. Gotta make it green all over. You think we could really V that hard? Unfortunately, no. But I would enjoy it. You know? Like just some of this right here. Although I guess theoretically I can close at any rejection. I can close the short put at any rejection under 80 profitably. Up until the end of the day. And then if it drops, I would capture more profit on the downside. So yeah, I guess if we find a top here, I just close it. I close the short put. Best I could do is a 3-hour sine wave around 47.70, amplitude $3. Well, I'm kind of concerned that we may have already found that top, and then 65 I don't think is worth it. Nah, actually, it's kind of is. I'd just be break even at 65, but minimum profit of $5 on the upside. So greedy. All right, we're getting a little bit of distribution in the call side interests, which is starting to look a little more bearish. So we may have at least locally found a top here. I'd want to see it break down a little more to confirm, but starting to slow down. I don't think it's bullish consolidation, although it could be. I would lean a little bit more bearish with it, but carefully, tentatively bearish. When do you think it'll be out of PDT on the account now that you're playing it sharper? Yeah, it picked up like 20% this week. I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 weeks, depending on market conditions and how often I fuck up. The total account's actually not that far off. I think I'm at like 15.5 right now between the cash and margin, but I have it split like 12.35, like margin cash. This feels like a top for the next 6 months. That'd be cool. I want to buy stuff cheaper. And I'm tired of being bearish. It's really exhausting. They're big bear. I was so excited to be bullish in the early part of this week. When we opened above like 4,700 on Monday. I just wanted all of the goodies. It's more fun to play the bull side because they're dumb. And they'll just buy anything, right? I don't care what price it is. They just keep buying and buying and buying. Bears, they're all skittish and they're like, I made money, I better get out. Fucking bulls there's bulls that just loaded up on 4800s this morning and they're probably still holding them. If you had long-term holding shares of Fubo at 250, would you just be chilling? Yeah, I mean, I'd probably be selling covered calls on them because it's not really hard to get rid of 250 in cost basis. Bears are nerds, bulls are tards. Yeah, unfortunately, tards are the majority. Still buying them. We know how regarded they are. I still think this looks like a top. This I mean, first of all, this blow off move after like hot CPI is super bearish. Um, and then they really haven't been able to recover much, right, throughout the day. So bulls are pretty confident, which helps things out a bit. But until we start losing like these neutral points and pushing the market maker on the bear side, anything can happen. Here, I'll draw the line. I know you all want it. That one's... Is that in the right spot, or did I just fucking overshoot it entirely? Right there. Ah. Go piece of shit. Fuck off. Hmm. Guess that would have been there. Well, let me like deselect the fucking lines. Buggy piece of shit. Double top on the daily. 2 rejections off yearly highs below all-time high is super bearish in my book. I mean, yeah, from a technical perspective, it's not a good look. We also failed like a multi-day ascending wedge into market open. Out here on futures, which is, you know, generally really bearish. This is very similar to the setup we saw back here, right? Where we fit when we failed this wedge. It's actually, it's almost identical. Do you think we might go higher from here? Not particularly. I think bulls are trying to. I just don't think they're seeing a lot of success. Huh. Actually, they're actually buying right now. Like this dip was a big buy. So I mean, yeah, they're really trying to push it, but that fucking call wall at 70 is huge. And then the call wall at 65 for tomorrow is pretty enormous. Or the put wall, sorry. Put wall at 70 and 65 are both quite large. And then we've also got like a big put wall at 55. So if we start moving to the downside, the delta is going to pick up. WeBull's line drawing shit sucks so much ass. Yeah, it does. It's fucking garbage. CPI up today should suggest PPI up tomorrow, right? No, not at all. PPI, I think we're going to continue to see deflationary pressure in PPI till maybe next month, but probably more likely the month after when we start to see the effects of the shit going on in the Red Sea. PPI is far more affected by supply chain and consumer demand. So we've got a big spike in
in the asset bubble, right? So that should bring up durables demand, and manufacturing demand, which should put pressure on the supply chain, right? And the supply chain is kind of weakened right now because the Suez Canal is risky, if nothing else. And then that pressure, then that consumer demand pressure relayed through into the supply chain over time, could see a turnaround in inflation there. It usually takes a little longer to build up, but generally spikes a lot harder and a lot faster. So do you have Upstart puts currently? I have some spreads on it, like longer term spreads, but nothing short dated right now. Some like 45.20s for March. The 10-year did print a tail yesterday. We've done with big drops on SPX. No, but momentum's falling off. It's very slowly. So we're seeing a little bit of like out of the money calls closing and at the money calls, you know, at the money in the money calls buying. So they're trying to stabilize price here and exit like long side positioning. It's mostly just really boring. There's not much to read into it unless something shifts dramatically. Hmm. Where are we on futures? 47, 40, just at 4,800. That might be more important actually than the call positioning. Is just futures. It seems to be kind of unable to break 4,800. I will say if we hold monthly gamma neutral into next week, I'm probably bullish the first few days of next week. Like the first like 4 days. No, the 30-year didn't have a tail. It was close, but it didn't have one. If I go to the bathroom, am I technically printing a tail? Sure. If today ends green, safe to say nothing can beat the Bulls' current strategy positioning except maybe a Black Swan event. No. Although, I think we're very far from today ending green. You're really jumping the shark there. Next week, I only do 0 DTUs. That's not even that bad of an idea. Yeah, sellers below 47.90. Hmm. Guac, since today's ending at 4,800, win real red day. I'd like to see another leg down and VIX close maybe above 13. That's possible. The Bulls are far from out of the woods right now. They're still not in a good position. They're really trying to get back to where they have some stable positioning, but so far it's not working. Right, they need to get back above 75. Checking in. How's it looking? What do options say? They indicate that we're at a peak here. Theoretically, this could break either way, but it's more likely to break down. Bullish momentum is kind of dying off. A lot of bulls are capitulating on out of the money calls, which is kind of making it difficult for the bulls buying in the money calls to pump it much higher. So their interests aren't aligned and their positioning's not. That's not really a good way to put it. How should I put this? Bulls are not uniformly bullish across their positioning, so options indicate we rocket to 5,000 any minute. I didn't expect the drop to be so big. There's a fucking lot of inflation. I've already trapped Kenny in the folds of my shitty credit spread. Three nine. Well, 3.9 was expected for core, but headline was 3.4, which was quite a big move up from the 3.2 expected. No, inflation isn't down. It's up. Unless those numbers are negative, inflation is going up. So inflation's up 0.3% month over month on core and headline. No one cares. Well, someone cared. We sold off like 100 bips. Let's see if we get a bigger breakdown in the second round of this distribution. Right? So if Cora's up, did that make it undisinflationary? You could just say inflationary. People were confident inflation was receding. Yeah, they were. And this is a big enough move up in headline. Like if headline had come in at like 3.3 today, sure there's volatility in the number set. Coming in at 3.4 though, that's rough. No, it's not, Dork. Not even a little bit. It's okay. It was only like $60. I got it on sale. One thing I'm gonna get sick of the VIX shorting as well. Their profits are impacted by lower volatility now. I mean, a bit, but they still make money on the spread. No, I mean, mostly the market maker is gonna want the market to move. As soon as the market maker can hedge down and blow up those short puts, they're gonna want to, right? They're very incentivized to do that because they'll make a shitload of money. So any weakness in the constant upside demand and bulls get fucked. Bulls have advantages from passive flows and buybacks. Cyclically, yes. But right now we're in a lockup period for buybacks. Ooh. Tested the 4770 wall. Now I want to close the short put. It's so hard to say if this is the top. Jesus Christ, that was a lot. They're just buying a bunch of calls intermittently. Oh, those are not for today. Well, hold on. What if they could push it higher? Narrator, they didn't. I know. I'm not trying to fade the top. Not well, not really. It would just be like taking my $1,300 profit and then having an open 47.75 that I would be unable to close. Brainerd talking about purchasing power. Ew. Mester was nice and hawkish earlier. Barkin said he's looking to be convinced that inflation is heading to target. 76 counterparties, 626 billion at reverse. Barkin's open to lowering rates once inflation's on track to 2%. It's conceivable that banks will want to hold more liquidity than they did before the pandemic. Okay, what's got Brainerd? Brainerd, gas prices are down despite Red Sea attacks. Oil's up today. All right. Purchasing power has returned to pre-pandemic levels. That's worse. Interesting. $75. Oh, they're giving it all they got. Time to add more puts? No. Hmm. The put wall didn't go anywhere, though. Like, it's not capitulating, which means they need to drive this up more. It's got to break 75, I think. Yeah, futures is holding about 4,800, but it needs to break 4,810 for continuation. Okay, there's the test. Resistance at 47.80. Call interest at 80. Then it falls off 85. A few changes, 0 GT, not a lot. Mm-hmm. A little more. No, 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 don't fail. Nice. 1,400. Sweet. Well, I locked in more there than I would have been able to on the downside. Gork, explain vertical. We broke out on a fucking, what is that? $500 million delta coming in? The option vertical you're buying. Oh, I was closing it. I was buying to close. I didn't want to burn the day trade, but I'll take the profit now because the 80 fell out of the money. But I just boxed a put I bought earlier. Are we looking more bullish or bearish up here? Give it a minute. Let's see what consolidation looks like. A lot of that move was just like one big buy, so I'm not sure how stable it is. The put wall hasn't gone anywhere at 70, so there's still a little bit of drag to the downside. But there's an okay number of calls at 80 if we were to break up further. So I guess it'll depend on if we make another top here or not. Not holding 75 is kind of bearish. falling back below 70 would be would be more bearish. Well, not very. Falling back below 65 would be very bearish. Vertical seemed like put with no theta, limited gain. No, I had the put. So I bought a long put. And then when we started bottoming earlier, I sold the 47.80 against it. And turned it into a credit spread because I didn't want to burn the day trade. But inadvertently, that hedges me against a little bit of an upside move above 75, right? Because the credit established on the 47.80 sold is greater than the value of the 75 at the bottom. I didn't get to add to Beyond today, but I will. I think I've got some time. I don't think the shorting there is quite done. What do you think about nat gas here? Not bad. I got a little bit of boil exposure. Not a ton, but a little bit. Mostly just playing that along with like the Red Sea stuff, just because if winter hits Europe a little harder and we start to see reserves dwindle, getting that nat gas to Europe could be well, lengthy. Yeah, I sold the 80 to avoid using the day trade, but at 1400 in returns, that's like 10% of the port, so I just burned. I get another day trade tomorrow, but I just burned it because, yeah. I feel like anytime you have one position that's greater than 10% returns on your total portfolio, you should probably be taking profit. The other option there was I could have closed the 80 and then let the 47.75 ride, which would have reduced my profitability if we don't drop into the end of the day. So like if we kept going up, then I would just like I wouldn't be able to close the 75. I will soon be 100% short. I have about 100 contracts at like 42 to 4,000 for June. And I opened a couple like 47, 46 spreads today. 16 of them. Federal budget balance expected negative 65 billion, actual negative 130 billion. Here come the duration auctions. Ooh, fun. Looks like Yellen's going to have to adjust halfway through the quarter. Did you open the 47.46 because of the CPI print? Yeah. Does crowd ever stop going up? Why hasn't it been a continuous pickle pick since September? I don't know, because I bought shares on it. But no, it hasn't. It hasn't really stopped going up. Ups tomorrow because fuck PPI. I mean, yeah. So no one really gives a shit about PPI. But ups tomorrow, I think, is going to be very dependent on where we close today. But like I said, if we hold above GN on the monthly, I think into Monday, we'll probably see upside in the first half of next week. Drop to 47.65. If we drop below 47.65, that puts us back below both of the put walls. So resistance here, testing the 47.70 put wall, then resistance at 65, and then if 65 fails, whoosh. So I decided it'll be less of a DJ about 1 DTs instead of 0 DTs. They're only like $3 more. Am I doing it right? Sometimes, yeah. There's definitely days where, I mean, on a day like today where you have like really strong directional moves, 0 DTs are usually fine. But on choppier days, there's a big benefit to getting like 1 DT. I'm not impressed by the put walls. It seems like they pushed through them effortlessly. No, that wasn't not without effort. There was quite a lot of effort involved in pushing through them. We picked up what, like a billion delta to the upside, more. So actually quite a lot of effort in breaking up above that. Largely at the like a lot of interest at the 75, 80 and 85 calls. But quite a bit at the 60 and 65 calls as well. Puts are still being sold pretty heavily too. Yields down on CPI up. Same like flight to safety or shorting. Shorting bonds pushes yields up, not down. I don't think it's so much a flight. So maybe shorting on the dollar, but I don't think there's so much of a flight to safety there. I'm starting to think that they sold some puts. Yeah, they've been selling a lot of puts. So a lower high here, kind of bearish. But I think like yeah, we could get a we could get a breakdown into the end of the day, but it hasn't turned around enough yet. Need more downs. Hot print on inflation. Guess it's time for yields to drop. Just so everyone knows, all major U.S. stock exchanges will be closed Monday, January 15th, 2024, in observance of Martin Luther King Day. Hot print on inflation. Guess it's time for yields to drop. The fuck is this place? Well, yields were up until the 30-year didn't print a tail. But that's bullshit, right? Because the 30-year was like fucking 20 billion. So future support at 4803. Just more chop. I'm gonna get some food real quick. I'll be right back. Any change? Test 78. Sorry, I'm just making food right now. Another big bump in Delta. Hmm. $55 puts closing, looks like. Or they're either selling the fucking shit out of the, or maybe they're selling the 55. The dreaded W. The 70 wall and the 65 wall are still there. Sporadic buying seems to be doing wonders for their positioning, though. Little resistance at 80 and 85. I'll be right back. We're not up on the CPI print. The CPI print came in the pre-market, after which we went down 125 BPS. We're now still down 10 BPS. Power hour dumpies or pumpies. I mean, calls aren't getting more expensive. Sava a play again? No, I haven't really liked the setups on it. I guess you could try. I mean, you're only interested in it because it's already up 8%, though. Might be a play on the short side later. Would you consider this normal market behavior? It's not that strange. No, I mean, it's not like pre-COVID, but pre-COVID, the market would just open here and then close here every day. Over and over and over and over again for years. Sometimes something crazy would happen and it'd go down a little bit, but YouTube just gave me a Domino's ad. What have you become? Better question. Why are you eating fast food pizza? They're basing that off your search history, need to. Could MRO go above $23 by the end of the week, or would you cut the trade here? Are you short? Does this V impress you? It's been a lot of work for the Bulls to get it back up here. And they're still down on the day. So no. We have a decent amount of data tomorrow, right? We've got PPI. Is it just PPI tomorrow? We got England GDP tomorrow.
When the fuck is... Oh, we don't get retail sales till next week? Hmm. Kashkari speaking tomorrow at 10. England GDP down, dollar up. Hmm. GDP is expected to turn positive for England tomorrow? Unlikely. Let's see. PPI and core PPI are both expected to rise. Year over year is expected to be flat, and X food energy year over year is expected to be down. Hmm. So if we close today before 44.75 with a consensus expectation for a hot PPI tomorrow or warmer PPI tomorrow, that's going to discourage the accumulation of long calls to the upside of 44.75, which is currently where liquidity is needed to push higher. Then, providing the end of the day is extremely drastic, if we were to close below 47, anyway. My sister is here. Okay, so if we fail into the end of the day and say we close closer to DN, we're probably going to see a stronger accumulation of 0DT puts into tomorrow morning's possibly warm print. And if things are positioned more strongly to the downside, that could push us below gamma neutral on the monthly by next week. Congratulate her on her awesome Abercrombie purchase. I have.
Oh, Gork, I really don't think we're ever going down again. We went down last week. Will your sister start a stock stream that we can join? That's not really her deal. I'm new to the stream. Would your sister hang out with a 6'4" big black man who has no harsh feelings towards her brother? I don't see why not. Gherk, just admit it. We're married to the market and it's never going down again. I mean, we're going to want to spice things up at some point, right? I actually think things in the Red Sea are about to boil over. Is that a stock pun? Hmm. Did you comment on Tesla today? It's being a bouncy little bitch and people are buying 0 DTEs on it. Well, they're 1 DTE right now. Iran is being a naughty boy. Are they? I don't think they're being like excessively naughty. Like they're being naughty within the confines of international decorum. What do you think of Nvidia? Overvalued. It was overvalued at $250 a share. Now it's just stupid. What do you think of heel flips? Pretty dope. Win profit taking. That's cute. Maybe never. They managed to get their Vega risk at 75 back out of the money, so there's a very good chance they try to hold it here. Can they hold it here? Yeah. Yeah, probably. They've bought 1.2 billion in Delta in the attempt to do so. So do you have Netflix GM and GN? Ah, I do. 515, 466.30. $4,800 end of day. Getting closer. I am eating noodles. But now I need a napkin. Hold on. Don't act like you saying bullish things when we tested gamma neutral was the deciding factor on the day. And don't act like you wouldn't have gotten stopped out of your zero DTE calls 50 times before we ever got to this price. V complete? No. Well, no. I have you on my car speakers and your eating sounds are arousing. Awesome. Are you positioning for more downside on Tesla? I'm not really positioned on Tesla at all. I have some debit spreads, like 40 20 for Feb 16, and then that's it. So I haven't bought any puts yet. I haven't bought any more debit spreads to the downside. Why aren't you playing the upside? Of what? The market? I'm out of settled cash. That doesn't mean I'm not playing the upside. It just means that I can't buy one. Unless you can find me a call for $29. XSP? I'd rather quit trading. Ooh, that was spicy. My friend gave me ghost pepper chili oil, and I'm just putting it in everything. Yeah, lost your gun. I asked you if you were long or short on it. Short, you're getting real close to running into that long-term trend. Long, I got some 23 strike calls yesterday. Hmm. I don't know. It seems like things in the Red Sea are escalating. Maybe we'll see oil move up over the weekend. I don't know if PPI is going to do it any favors into the end of this week, but I could see like vol and oil moving up into next week. Especially if we continue to see a rising dollar, which I do actually think we are likely to see. I'm just sad today is going to be one of those weird candles with tall wicks. Someday the bears will be witnessed with full candles. Have you ever caught a falling knife? I mean, yes. I figured you meant in the markets. I've caught one with my foot one time too. That was 12 not so fun stitches. Am I rolling to next week in that case? Yeah, I think like if we're gonna see an increase in dollar, which would probably drive oil up faster than Houthis flying drones into 500-meter container ships. Probably next week, right? Next week into like just after next week. How do you find their sensitivity? See, I've looked at MRO in the past, and I haven't liked their sensitivity to spot crude. Yeah, but that knife wasn't falling; it was directed, Brett. That's different. Me and my friend recreated the knife catching scene from The Crow. Yeah, that one's not so bad. It's the shooting blanks at each other one that's dangerous. I grew jalapenos this summer and I pickled them. Fermentation, no vinegar. Ooh, interesting. So they don't taste like shit. Curious. Did you brine them? If Tup announces they're going private, that would be bullish, no? The shorts would have to close. They might find a lot of liquidity to do it. When Bear's gonna be big mad? I don't know, under 4,700? Does your sister watch the stream? I think she's seen it. You wet brine them? It's great. Fermented hot sauce is really good. Okay. Shout out to me for being me. Congratulations on that, Carl. Well done. Bulls are slipping a little bit here. They better get their shit back together. I'm gonna make your sister a supercut of all the times I made you laugh, and then she'll fall in love with me. You're cool with this, right? Good luck. The stench when unearthed is incredible. I don't like that part. I'm gonna call that your blessing. Okay. We need a supercut of every vape pool for the past 3 years. Oh, there's so many. Tell them to quit buying the dip. They're actually not. They're not really buying the dip. At least not yet. Maybe at 75. Could do this every day. A $50 drop into a $40 rise. We did for months. That was like all of the first half of last year. Pretty cool, isn't it? Does your sister know the secret DD? No. Sorry we've spoken on it. What's your take on Netflix? I really don't know why people are buying it, but they are. I mean, it bounced off Gamma Neutral, and it's where it is now. I think a broader sell-off in indices can drag it down. I just don't know if we're gonna see one. I think it would drop very quickly on a drop, that as it did before. Still straddle every closing bell at the money. Not always the closing bell. I've refined that tactic a little bit, but I still straddle almost every night. It's the best. Does your sister sell CCs on her position? I have no idea. I highly doubt it. $7 correction should open us up to for a 4,900 move at least, right? I know. Bulls are losing 75. Next stop 70. which is below the put wall. Not from New Jersey. Do you have family members ask you for financial advice, or do you still think you're poor? They just no. I don't really know if anybody in my family cares about this shit. I know you guys are in here and you think this shit's wildly interesting, but let me tell you, the outside world does not agree. Was your family well to do? No. No. Well, better than in the past, but is there more cool stuff like trading armor, the way Excel has macros? Yes. Yes. I suggest not getting too deep into that rabbit hole. Unless you want to become like an algo trader. As an old man, I can confirm what Greek is saying. Silly outlanders. The outside world probably hasn't made 100K in a day. That will excite most. I feel like most people's perception of the market is like you pick safe, steady investments and you hold them for a really long period of time because that's what Daddy Buffett said. And then people who trade, especially people who trade like commodities or derivatives, are just degenerate gamblers. Like just filth. Like the kind of guy that goes and hangs out at like a slot machine all day. Are they wrong? No, not even a little bit. But that's not the point. People who trade are also cynical as fuck. Yeah, yeah. Your family cares about new computers they get every. It's not every holiday. Learning what the market actually is like waking up from the Matrix. First you throw up, then they try to drown you, then a black guy gives you money for services. Either they're degenerate gamblers or they're crazy mad scientists with more capitalization and knowledge than you'll have. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think most mainstream education sources on trading do everything they can to discourage people from trading. And then there's a bunch of studies that are constantly referred to where like 95% of traders fail. Even though I feel like that's a horribly skewed statistic and the the studies weren't really fair in their implementation, but a great deal of people would fail at this endeavor, right? I would probably still more than half. Why does it feel like? Why does it feel like everyone's making money except me? I don't know. Do you have self-esteem issues? Make a new segment in which you teach your sister how to trade options. I don't think she wants to do that. Identify as a failure. How is the study unfair? Starting capital, education on what they're doing when they start trading, the products they're trading. I mean, there's so many problems with it. Um, well, specifically two of the studies, there's a lot of problems with the amount of time to failure. Right, it's just like largely based on brokerage statistics of people who get like a stock tip or hear something running, and then they like deposit $1,000 and blow it up, right? But those aren't like people who are wanting to become like long-term day traders, right? Or turn day trading into like a career. I did a study here. 100% of the traders fail in my household. All one of them. Can I get published in the Wall Street Journal? Probably. Ironically, I'm nowhere near the richest person in my extended family, but I don't know those people. To the guy who just asked if he's the only one not making money. I just made 10K in the last three candles. Bro, it's the internet. Everyone is lying. They really are. Have you guys ever noticed that FinTwit somehow sells the top and the bottom of every market trend perfectly? Like they have better performance than JPM, which is phenomenal. I mean, it's really hard to beat the people who decide the top and bottom of the market. Also, if you start with 1K and a month later you're left with 800, you withdraw that and walk away, you still lost money as a trader. Yeah. I think a lot of people I mean, very few people are equipped with the know-how and the discipline to trade effectively right off the bat. It takes it takes even a smart person a few years to. I mean, it's not really like any other endeavor in life, right? It's very it's very complex both psychologically, um and in the amount of understanding you need to have. Like the it's not how to put this. Like the initial hurdle is huge. Um and I think if you took like a group of traders that maybe were like funded throughout the first 2 years, that you would see that far more than like 5% would be profitable. How would you go about hedging your 46, 4700 spreads? I don't think I really need to right now. No. I mean they're kind of hedged already because they're a debit spread. The barrier to entry is huge. Yeah. I think the pickle jars kind of prove that to some degree. I mean, I know not all of you are profitable, and some of you are far from it. But I think there's a significantly more than 95%, or well, significantly more than 5% of the initial crowd that was here that's still here and still trading. So they're not bankrupt, right? They haven't gone bankrupt trading. Also, like a lot of the things that like most traders focus on aren't necessarily the best way to make money. Like a lot of the vast majority of day traders focus on futures and like which is basically scalping, right? High risk, high reward. And like trading individual stocks with leverage. So both of these are generally like buy side strategies, right? They're high risk, generally high reward, or they're very low risk, low reward, depending on how you trade them. And so that means either you're not really making enough money, or you're just losing a lot of money really quickly. Um, like I think uh, outside of like Theta Gang, which isn't really that popular, um, you don't see a lot of traders focusing on sell side. I mean, I think most people who own stocks would benefit from knowing how to sell like CSPs and CCs, right? And and that's I mean that's trading, right? That's even though it's not really like crazy high risk, it is trading, and being profitable in that realm is not very difficult. So there's some brokers that allow you to do credit and debit spreads in a cash account. Um, I don't know if IBKR does. I think Fidelity allows it. But Fidelity may require that you have more than $25,000 to do it. There is no high risk in trading futures. Yes, there is. Just not when you're broke. Nice, Gundam. I only started watching you because I can't trade on my company's recommendations. I stick around because you're funny and handsome. Thank you, Halitosis Harry. I appreciate it. Yeah, what strike is the put wall you're talking about? 4770. We just bounced off of it. IBQR will allow debit spreads without margin, not credit. Okay. I mean, did you switch your account to cash just because you're under 25K? Or did you already blow up the PDT restrictions? Speaking my tongue, I try not to go in one street like scalping only or spreads only. I'm trying out all of them. If they all have their place and time to be used, and that takes time to find out. Yep. Squabs, I've had a cat for months, man. I'm still not making any tiny grilled cheeses for him. All I can think about is going long yen this year, but I know it can take a long time to play out. Yeah, it can. I still think futures are the best instrument for exposure. Or I guess you could just get physical yen, but that's kind of gross. PDT restrictions? I just delete those emails. Not worth my time. Fair enough. I'm not creating any tiny foods. The cat gets cat food. He's a cat. He has treats, cat treats, and cat food and water. Sometimes if I forget to put the butter away or drink half of a cup of milk, he'll get up in that. But, that's my fault. Yeah, fixie shares. I mean, that would be the other way to get exposure. Although kind of hard to sell covered calls on them. 2% down day tomorrow seems nonsensical. Yeah, I don't think so. Listen to yourself. It's just tiny Gherk, all the same wants and needs. What do you think of Terrytown, New York? I don't know. It's I think it's like a nice area. It's like on the Hudson in Westchester, right? But it's not that nice. It's there. Kind of boring. I think Fixie is good for exposure, but the spreads are kind of wild when you get out there. We've not had a test of 4800 yet. We did in pre-market. Oh, on ES. Yeah, but 4800 is not really relevant on ES, right? Like the high on ES is way higher than SPX. I think the peak on ES was like 50 30 or some shit like that. The peak from this morning tested SPX like 4804. But we opened under that test, which is not bullish. .6% on Fubo, $3 DTE CSP worth it? Probably not. Are there any meetup public groups that talk about trading strats and all? I mean, there's like conferences and stuff, but they're bullshit. And like people, I don't know, before the pandemic, people used to host like clinics and shit like that, but most of that's all moved online.
Tuxedo Park, New York City. Isn't Tuxedo Park like a town like over by North Jersey? That's not in New York. Like, well, not New York City. Are you waiting your straddles bullish or bearish? Theta, number of contracts wise. So in the early part of this week, I was waiting to the bull side, with theta on the short side. Now pretty neck and neck since yesterday, actually. Yesterday I just went 25-25 for this Friday's expiration. I did get to close my 47.50s today though, finally. That was kind of cool. And the 60s. Are you expecting a kind of sell off into close, or are we just staying here? I don't know. I feel like they've got the level well supported, but they're not really adding any delta anymore. Like a lot of the big delta pumps seem to have dropped off. There was one when we tested 47.70, but that was it. So, I mean, I would say that a lot of the positioning right now looks like it's just in an effort to avoid falling back below the put wall, um, and stabilize prices into PPI tomorrow. I'd imagine they'll probably be successful at it. We could close somewhere between 75.70, or we could close in the upside range. I don't know, like 47.80. So 70 to 80, and that, depending on where we're trading as we approach like the last 10 minutes, that'll probably give us a better idea of which $5 end of that range will end up in. Unless we get some like crazy out of the money call buying for tomorrow or something. The 47-46 spreads are for Jan 31st, like end of Jan. How can we not just go up more after the hot print and ending the day green? Because macro has nothing to do with positioning. Macro drove the downside this morning. Positioning buoyed us. I have nothing to gain from saying this, but you're legitimately the most informed and selfless streamer out there. Everybody else is just trying to soak from viewers. I'm better just by watching. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I strive to not be like them. Although I will say that social media encourages that behavior, and it takes some effort to not fall prey to the dopamine trap. But I try not to.
I second that comment, although you can be a punk sometimes, but only because you're unfiltered. I would like to gain something from this. Gork, I admire you and I'm addicted to you. Thank you so much, Brett. The stream only gets better when Dad indirectly berates my trading choices. Fall prey to these nuts. Got him. Nice. Was that a dig at JFresh? I would never subtly make jabs at JFresh. I'm serious about that. I would be very direct. I haven't been able to make easy money for the past few days. Huh. Why is that? Let's go through your mistakes and analyze them, Sahib. S. Oh no, Esha. Sorry. Let's talk about it. Honestly, I think you're the least qualified person to stream stocks live I've ever seen. How dare you? How do you hedge a port without options? Would SPXX or UVXY kind of tools be appropriate in this case? Partially, yeah. It's hard to hedge without options. They're definitively designed to be insurance for positions, right? Um, but yeah, you can choose to use inverse instruments, but only briefly, right? Like those aren't good. Those aren't good long-term hedges. Now there are non-leveraged products like that you could use to hedge. Or less leveraged products where your rate of decay isn't as intense. Apple no longer number one. A moment of silence for Tim Apple. I agree. Yes. Oh, Apple. If you'd only made something different in the last 20 years. All right. Look at Docu. Why? What's going on? What are they getting bought out again? No, okay. They're getting bought out again. I'm gonna guess it's 60 something dollars a share. Yeah, so about 12 billion. It's technically a little overvalued right now. Well, that doesn't mean they're gonna get bought out, but they've made an offer, I guess. They're vying to acquire them. Popcorn trader. DocuSign's such a piece of shit. I don't know why anybody ever want to own that company. Oh my god, popcorn. This is your chance. You can make up for CERN. Thanks, Gherkin. I learned so much from you. The saying, you can't teach an old horse new tricks, isn't real. Thanks, Avi. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna die. Hold on. Choking on my own mouth. Um, Thank you so much, AVTV. I appreciate it, man. I'm confused. Are you bullish or bearish for the coming weeks on the market? I'm moderately nothing until towards the end of next week, and then I'm slightly more bearish. I hope that clears up any confusion. Would you hold a 30p that expire 119 on Upstart for tomorrow? Okay. I mean, it's down like 7% today. Seems like it's on track. It's below delta neutral, so any downside should be realized quickly. No, I don't think BTC ETFs are a good long-term hold. As a matter of fact, I think they're maybe the worst investment you could ever make. I'm up $75 in the beginning of the year, and I'm not complaining. I've had so much fun learning that you buy debit spreads and sell credit spreads. That's awesome. Well, you know what's funny? Fed fund futures is actually pricing at a higher chance. That's disgusting. The new CERN? Yes. How does this work, Popcorn? You just need to buy puts, right? They should be free. $12 billion valuation. Oh wow, puts are not free yet. Getting there though. I'm selling the company and going all in on shorting Docu. You can always do your life's work twice. I once had a dream where I woke up, checked my phone, and saw that Fubo was priced at $16. When dream become reality? 2021. I declined the position. I didn't get grocery discounts. Fuck them. Nice, Carl. I mean, I gotta kind of agree with you. Although, how much of a discount does Aldi's have to offer? I'm joking. I start at the end of the month. Oh, God, don't do that to me. I don't know, Gurk. I bought the Braille version of Hooked on Phonics. That was a bad investment. Oh, it's got so many layers. I love it. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna sneeze my brains out here in a second. Oh, tricky bitch. Okay, that's better. Where's that on Spy? How the fuck did that happen? Well, Netflix lower than this morning, I guess. That's a plus. Look at your 30,000 foot take on the global economic situation. I already did a write up on that on Twitter. Worst because of the potential of them failing? Who? No, because Bitcoin's worthless. Richie Zillions, thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the. Oh no. Welcome to Cornishon, people. Not, not Dave, but everyone else. Give Richie a shout out for hooking you up. It's like 8 years of work. Not that many. Yeah, okay. So that's not too bad. You could do that again. Do not, I repeat, do not let your brains escape. Okay. Can you look at INVH? Thoughts on it? Man, you're just like looking for something to spend money on today, aren't you? Home buyers and to potentially. Okay, so this is a REIT? Mm, single family homes as rental properties. Okay, so if the housing market stabilizes and goes back up, they might do okay. I would probably do some research on their dividends and make sure that it's well funded. Um, Not one I've looked at much in the past, but I don't particularly like REITs in our current rate environment. They have a potential to just tank. Dwayne, I was Dwayne. Yeah, Dwayne didn't make it. Cannonballing into Bass Pro Shops tanks usually calms my sneezes. EPA wants to meet T about the lead. Ooh, I gotta buy more? Oh, fuck yeah. I hope it goes back down to $12. I want to go halvesies on a mega yacht. Also, can I borrow some money so we can go halvesies on a mega yacht? I don't think I'm rich enough to buy a mega yacht. Those things are like $400 million. I've got a lot of compounding to do. DBA tracks a lot more than just grains. It's like a agricultural fund, right? What the fucking shit? trying to think of the name of that other wheat ETF. I can't fucking ever remember it. Is it JGJ or JJG or something like that. No, those are all Techram. It was JJG, but they're no longer. They fucking blow up or something? No, no, it's still there. Yeah, it's the Total Returns Grain Subindex ETF or ETN. You're doing an end of year update on your holdings in the value investment channel. As soon as I remember, yes, I can. When was the last update I did? I don't know if it's changed that much. I mean, I've added some stuff, but those have been in Pickles picks. You're going DX or Big Five for dividend stacks. None of those? JGG got wrecked? I think it's JJG, not JGG. Boring close is boring. Yeah. QQQ below 400. That'd be neat. I read in the wild, cats actively hunt tiny grilled cheeses they hide amongst the tall grass and stovetops. Uh, I don't know what either of those things are. JJG is correct? Oh, okay. That used to be a pretty good one. Top 3 dividend stocks you like.
Recently, UGI, T. What else have I picked up kind of recently? Oh, you know what I've actually liked? BCSF. That's done pretty well. I've thought adding to that about adding to that. I had AMKBY, but I sold like 75% of my holdings in it because it ran like crazy. Um, has anything else done particularly well lately? I really liked EXR. EXR has done really well over the last few months. I mean, everything's done really well over the last few months. I kind of like K-View under $20. Oh, you know what's something I haven't checked on in a long time? How's my TCPC? That's kind of down a little bit. Oh, it's not too bad. It's holding up. Why BCSF? Well, I have a $12 cost basis, so that kind of helps, but it's got a nice yield. DBA has winter wheat exposure. Ooh, nice. Yeah, wheat is only summer exposure. Like the wheat ETN. It's like the soft wheat instead of the hard wheat. We were creating a dividend account. What's the average rate of return you would expect from it? In the current environment, like 5 to 6%. Just on the dividends, although habitually I would also target growth. UGI. Ding ding. All right. Well, we closed below 48.20. I mean, this is a pretty neutral range. It's neither bullish nor particularly bearish. I think a large part of this was jockeying into position for tomorrow's PPI print. Tomorrow, no volatility in the latter half of the day with duration auctions off the table, but and I think mostly just the PPI print in the early part of the day. Um, so that should be probably not very interesting, and I think so. So if we close this week above gamma neutral, I feel like we're gonna see another push for that like 48.18 level.
into next week, before SLD and before OPEX. So PPI could kind of pull the momentum out from under the bulls again. Um, and maybe we see a retest of like the weekly GN, or maybe even, I guess without the auction, maybe even the monthly GN. But I highly doubt that PPI is going to be impactful enough for us to break below that. And if we don't end the week below here, this will move tonight a couple dollars, but basically if we don't end the week below 47.30, I think we see upside, at least in the early part of next week. Maybe even into the middle or end of next week. The January expiration, shockingly, doesn't have all that much shit going on, but the January VIX expiration does. So I think Wednesday could be kind of wild. There are no fib retracements. How dare you? GME, not really very interesting today. Clawing back some of the bump it got yesterday. Upstart falling back below delta neutral. That should start to catalyze some more of the downside. The 35 bulls are burned out now, so probably don't have to worry about a significant number of dip buyers coming in. This might start finishing its trend towards like 27 to 20. Um, Maybe over a more extended period of time. Although it does generally realize downside very quickly. You get these big like 7% days. Fubo shorted finally below the trend. We'll see if that holds up. Um, it's been pretty rare for it to fall below trend over the last few months. So yeah, and we'll see if that holds up. But there is plenty of liquidity in the underlying to continue shorting it. I think a lot of that has to do with people's confidence in shorting small caps that are part of the R2K, and there isn't a lot of confidence there yet. But if R2K keeps falling off, especially if it falls below 190, we might see more aggressive shorting on a lot of these things. That includes Beyond, which also fell below the $8 mark today, and that's below the second level of the put wall. I expect now, with the market maker a little more aligned, that they will start to lean more heavily on market maker liquidity and a little less on ETFs in order to continue to bring the price down here. That should have an accelerating effect to the downside, and we should start to see the declines steepen as we move towards that yellow line that you see there. A test of that is probably where I'd be looking first for alongside entry. Do you have upstart spreads you can share? So the only ones I have right now are the I have like 45.20s for Feb. And that was just kind of like a big like longer term position that I bought when it was like running up into Gamma Max. They're not up that much, believe it or not. But nothing short term right now. Maybe next week, after I like, because if the market runs on like Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because of the holiday, then Upstart is still illiquid enough to see some benefit from that, especially if we see pressure on like those AI stocks like Nvidia and Palantir and stuff. And if bots does like a big buy-in or something, it can move up back to like delta neutral, at which point I would be more comfortable shorting it in the near term. I would like to buy you, son of a bitch. Do you think rate cuts will slowly price out now, or are bulls gonna keep driving blind? I mean, they should have already been pricing out, and they haven't been, right? So, I mean, I don't know what to say. Inflation was hot today. The 10-year printed a tail at auction. The 30-year almost printed a tail, like, and that was a tiny auction. If that had been like double the size, 50, 60 million, um, the budget's fucked, right? Accounts are at like 60. What was it, negative? Was it negative 130 billion versus the expected 68 billion? That's fucking terrible, right? So I think there's a good chance that like halfway through this quarter, Yellen's gonna have to step her duration game up, and that could have some serious impact on long-term rates and dollar value. And possibly Moody's downgrades us. More likely, Moody's downgrades us if we can't come to a budget agreement in the next congressional session. $294 likes. If you guys could drop a like before you head out. I think that's about it for today. Broad commodities up a little finally after a week of chopping around. HSI actually outperformed a bit last night. Um, Yields down, dollar flat. That's weird. I don't know what to say about that. Maybe we're seeing more short treasury positions roll off. I don't think we're seeing anybody actively buy treasuries otherwise, but it's possible. I mean, if we're expecting another bout of inflation, treasuries maybe how some people want to hedge that off. I mean, they're still largely above the current rate of inflation, at least on the longer duration ones are. So there may be some inflation hedging going on there with today's print. We'll see how that plays out over the next few weeks. I don't think they're going to price down rate cuts until Powell comes out and tells them specifically that he's not cutting rates in the first half of the year. Because Mester already came out today and said she doesn't see them stopping. She doesn't see any slow in the pace of unloading their accounts or QT, and she doesn't see any rate cuts, especially by March. Core 1 month still just fucking rocketing down. 3 month is kind of slowed a bit, so the amount of pressure on 3 month volatility isn't as great as we were seeing previously. Um, but the short term volatility is still being shorted very, very heavily. So like the 30-day vol. The carry trade was getting leaned on this morning and then backed off this afternoon. Uh, yield on volatility dropped today to about negative 12%. And spreads tightened a bit, or well, moved closer to uninverting on the curve. So, I mean, this is not as extreme as it was in early December, but it's still like after the Fed meeting in early December, but it's still quite spread out. Hmm, that's interesting. Despite the carry trade being leaned into more heavily. Skewed down a little bit today. ES down. NQ did a hell of a lot of work floating the indexes today. 55% of the S&P 500 now under the 20-day moving average. That doesn't sound right either. And this is still at 39.3%. So Still, not a lot of correlation between the VIX contract in front and spot VIX or cash VIX. That's we'll see if that's something that starts to improve after the VIX expiration this coming Wednesday. I would expect we'll see the biggest moves there. Did you mention anything on top? No, I didn't. Top had a weird day. It was kind of got shorted this morning, and then saw some covering this afternoon. Then they started shorting it again towards close. Uh, they're just kind of juggling liquidity around and not really covering anything. I don't think anything's pressuring them to cover either. Straddles are pretty dope. Yeah, I like those. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Later.